Chapter 1963. The Empyrean cultivators below were completely silent. The changes of the day caused them to no longer cry out in alarm. They could only stare blankly at the blurry, white-robed figure outside, the 16th level of golden light. Wang Lin had used his actions to reverse the situation that had been disadvantageous to him. All doubts and thoughts were swept away by the wind before absolute strength, leaving nothing behind. Since the Celestial Emperor had said that the soul, armor, and external force was not perfect, then Wang Lin would use his actions to tell everyone that a mere 14th palace was not his limit. Facing everyone's criticism, Wang Lin didn't even open his mouth to defend himself. He just rushed through the 14th palace, the 15th palace, and now he had passed through the 16th palace that he hadn't passed in countless years. This was even more powerful and shocking than 10,000 words of justification. The entire Empyrean trial was completely silent. Facing the countless gazes below, Wang Lin remained calm and didn't reveal any fluctuations. His eyes were closed as he stood inside the golden light. He seemed to be cultivating as if he was waiting for ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Shockingly, this scene turned into the aura of a grandmaster, causing all the cultivators who saw it to be filled with respect. Time passed, breath by breath. In the blink of an eye, one incense stick of time passed. However, outside the 16th palace, Wang Lin was still standing there by himself. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao didn't come out. After another half an incense stick of time, the 16th palace, shrouded in golden light, shined once more. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao laughed as he walked out. His laughter contained his excitement and excitement. He had been silent for so many years, and today he had finally passed the 16th level. His body flickered and he appeared before Wang Lin, revealing his figure in black. 16th Palace, I, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, have passed the 16th Palace today. Which Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial Clan would dare to compete with me? If it weren't for the fact that, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly paused because everything was too quiet. There was not the slightest bit of cheers or cries of surprise for him passing the 16th level. Instead, the silent gazes of the cultivators below revealed a complicated expression. "You're too slow," Wang Lin said slowly. You passed the 16th floor." Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's face immediately turned pale, and he stared at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would not allow anyone to be stronger than him. Grand Empyreans were fine, but among Ascendant Empyreans, he had to be number one. However, right now, the cheers and fame that he should have received for passing the 16th level had been snatched away by Wang Lin. Moreover, judging from Wang Lin's appearance, it was obvious that Wang Lin had used much less time than him. This change made Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao angry. His proud heart couldn't bear this kind of thing. Wang Lin was still as calm as ever as he looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's expression and calmly said, "Again." The more indifferent his tone was, the more Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao found it unacceptable. He stared at Wang Lin as if his eyes were going to spit out fire. This person's heart is like this. I really don't know how he reached his current cultivation level, but perhaps it is related to his proud Dao. The more he's like this, the more it stimulates his mind. He will experience the pain of being surpassed and immerse himself in his understanding of life's distortion. Just like a bow, the more you bend, the more potential you can release. However, even if it is the toughest bow in the world, I'm going to break it today. Wang Lin looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. How could Wang Lin forget the humiliation he had received from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? He would never let this person go. Not to mention that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was the person the Celestial Emperor valued the most. Destroying him would be a powerful counterattack to the Celestial Emperor's words. If he wanted to destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, he would have to completely shatter his confidence. He would have to force Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to enter the 17th palace with him. He would once again ruthlessly trample on Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's arrogance, completely shatter Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's heart, and forever suppress Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Just like a bow, The more it bends, the more potential it has. However, once it exceeds its limit, what potential is there? It will break. Wang Lin was ruthless and vicious. He wanted to use this opportunity to destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's heart. Since we have already shed all pretenses, then let's tear it even more. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and revealed a look of contempt as he looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This gaze of contempt caused Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to clench his fists. Ming Dao, return to the palace with this body. Just at this moment, the Celestial Emperor's expression was no longer gloomy, and he calmly spoke. After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Wang Lin. Good, a powerful person has appeared in my celestial clan today. Wang Lin, this emperor has misunderstood you before. Once I return to the imperial city, I'll immediately issue a decree to the world. Also, we had an agreement back then. I invited you to the imperial city, and now that many years have passed and you've become an Ascendant Empyrean, we'll add this matter together. A new Ascendant Empyrean has appeared in my celestial clan, and the imperial family has to confer the title. This is a grand ceremony. Come to the imperial family, and this emperor will personally carry it out for you. The celestial emperor smiled, as if he wasn't angry at all. His smile was like the spring breeze, and it affected the minds of all the surrounding cultivators. They all lowered their heads and clasped their hands. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, I'll have to trouble the Celestial Emperor. No problem. Ming Dao, why aren't you leaving? The Celestial Emperor smiled and suddenly looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was struggling in the sky. He let out a roar that echoed like thunder in Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's mind. The anger on his face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with calmness. He stood there and looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, there was no longer any anger in his body. He took a deep look at Wang Lin. Then his body flickered, and he immediately flew down. Wang Lin frowned. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had actually calmed down all his anger and even suppressed his unbearable pride. Once he returned with his special Dao, it was very likely he would make a breakthrough. Wang Lin could ignore Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao when he was angry, but when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao suddenly calmed down, Wang Lin felt a trace of danger. Why aren't you trying? Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and his words were cold. When the Celestial Emperor heard this, he frowned an undetectable amount. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao didn't seem to hear it and walked toward the Celestial Emperor. So this is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Disappointing. He doesn't even have the courage to try the 17th palace. Wang Lin saw that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao didn't even turn his head. This strange change made Wang Lin feel that it wasn't by chance that Ascendant Empyrean had become the #1 Ascendant Empyrean. However, the more this was the case, the more Wang Lin wanted to destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao here. Wang Lin, what is the meaning of this? The Celestial Emperor's eyes revealed a powerful pressure as he looked at Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stopped and pondered for a breath of time. He closed his eyes as if he was struggling, but after one breath, he calmed down once more. He didn't say a word and closed in on the Celestial Emperor. I just want him to try the 17th palace. If he fails, he can leave. Wang Lin smiled. His laughter caused Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's heart to ache. This was what he had said to Wang Lin before. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's breathing became rough, and he stopped once more. It was as if anger was burning inside his body. His self-esteem was something he couldn't bear. However, just at this moment, the Celestial Emperor waved his sleeves. A gentle wind wrapped around Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and threw him toward the ancient transfer array. Return to the palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao resisted the urge to turn around. His eyes were bloodshot as he was pushed by the Celestial Emperor. The transfer array lit up as if it was about to activate. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He couldn't let Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao leave like this. The moment the transfer array activated, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at the ancient transfer array. With that one finger, 99 illusions appeared and gathered together to form a giant finger. With a shocking howl, it charged toward the transfer array. The Celestial Emperor became angry and was about to make a move. However, just at this moment, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng laughed and casually took a step forward. However, this simple step caused the Celestial Emperor to pause. Both of them were Grand Empyreans, and at this moment, their auras locked onto each other. If the Celestial Emperor moved, Wu Feng would definitely attack. With such a delay, the illusory giant finger whistled towards the teleportation array. Inside the transfer array, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. He was in the transfer array, so he couldn't attack. He clenched his teeth and walked out of the transfer array. The moment he walked out, the giant finger before him disappeared like smoke, as if it was mocking him. This was exactly the same thing Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had done to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, after walking out of the transfer array, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao suddenly looked up and stared at Wang Lin. The anger and humiliation in his body were about to erupt. Wang Lin, you have guts to violate the rules and attack here. Today, this emperor will capture you. The Celestial Emperor obviously didn't think Wang Lin would dare to attack. Oh, did I hurt anyone? Was he injured? Since he wasn't injured, how could I violate the rules? Wang Lin smiled. His words were the same as the Celestial Emperor's. The Celestial Emperor paused and was about to speak, but Wang Lin was faster. He looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was suppressing his anger, and his voice echoed across the world. So you no longer have any pride and have given up your self-esteem. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to leave and not go to the 17th palace. I fear not only have you given up your self-esteem, you have also lost your faith. You are just a walking corpse that listens to the Celestial Emperor's arrangements. He told you to leave, but you didn't dare to not leave. Forget it. A cultivator like you isn't qualified for me to take another look at you. Scram. Wang Lin waved his sleeves. He didn't hold back his contempt and stabbed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's heart like a knife. What a disappointment. This last sentence caused Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to no longer be able to suppress it. His body trembled as he raised his head and charged into the sky. Wang Lin, we will go to the 17th palace together. Good. Wang Lin laughed and entered the 17th palace almost at the same time as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Celestial Emperor was about to stop them, but he was stopped by Wu Feng. Lien Daojin, we won't interfere in the competition between Ascendant Empyreans. Begging for monthly tickets. Begging for monthly tickets. Chapter 1964. The moment the two of them entered the 17th palace, Wang Lin slowly said, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, wait for me outside. Don't leave before I come out. His words were extremely vicious. Not only had he pointed out that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao would not be able to pass this palace, but he had also sealed off his path of retreat. If Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao failed and left by himself, these words would affect his Dao heart and create a heart demon in his future cultivation. However, if he really didn't leave and waited, then although there wouldn't be a heart demon, once Wang Lin passed, it would be a great blow to him. This blow would be like a broken bow. After saying that, the two figures disappeared from the 17th floor at the same time. Empyrean Exalts couldn't hear this, and Ascendant Empyreans were very far away, so they could only vaguely hear it. However, the three Grand Empyreans here heard it clearly. Grand Empyrean Dao, Yi's eyes narrowed, as if this was the first time he had met Wang Lin. He looked at the 17th palace with a serious expression. This Wang Lin is really scheming. There was also Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. His eyes lit up as he looked at the sky, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. It looks like he is determined to destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. As for the Celestial Emperor, his expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeves as if he didn't want to see this. The shadow around the Empyrean Exalt slowly dissipated, and he left the Empyrean trial. At this moment, a sneer came from the imperial palace of the central continent. Also in the central continent, on Mount Emperor, Grand Empyrean Jyoti had already stood up. He looked at the autumn leaf with a serious expression, and his eyes revealed a strange light. What a character! That figure was pushed back thousands of feet before he stopped. It was the black-robed ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. His face was extremely pale, and after he stopped, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His body swayed as if he could not stand steadily. His eyes glazed over as if he had lost all signs of life. He stared blankly at the 17th floor of the palace several thousand feet away and remained silent. He failed. Almost as soon as he entered, he failed and was sent tumbling out with serious injuries. With a bitter smile, he didn't look down, but he could feel the gazes of the cultivators below. They were like knives that left bloody wounds on his body. Time flowed by, the fourth breath, the fifth breath, the sixth breath, until the time it takes half an incense stick to burn had passed. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's lifeless eyes were tormented by this breath. He didn't leave, but looked at the 17th palace. He hoped to see Wang Lin being pushed out. The more time passed, the stronger his hope became. In the end, it almost reached the peak and became his only belief at this moment. I don't have any power, so he definitely won't succeed. If he doesn't succeed, then I won't lose. This kind of waiting was enough to kill any cultivator. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's hair was a mess, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin. Time flowed by again. Half an incense stick's worth of time, an incense stick's worth of time. Soon, an hour had passed. Wang Lin had never stayed on any floor for so long, but this was the case on the 17th floor. This 1 hour gave Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao confidence, as if he had regained hope. The longer it takes, the more difficult it will be for him, and the less likely it will be for him to succeed. This Wang Lin will definitely not succeed. He can't succeed. He can't succeed. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's entire mind and energy were gathered in his eyes as he looked at the dim 17th floor. His fragile hope seemed to be the last barrier of his pride. If this barrier was broken, then his mind would completely collapse, and he would fall into a state of complete suppression and despair. If he doesn't have any power, he won't succeed. So much time had passed that even the silent cultivators down below were surprised and began to speculate about what had happened. Grand Empyrean Dao, he also frowned. He looked at the 17th floor and hesitated. In this short day, his heart had changed several times. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened to him, but it still happened. The Empyrean trial only has a total of 19 floors, and he has passed 16. Even if he can't pass the 17th floor, it is enough to prove his existence. But once he really passes the 17th floor, I fear even Grand Empyrean Jyoti will come to compete for it. This kind of person is rare to see in tens of thousands of years. In particular, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has been continuously beaten by him. If he can rise, it will be good, but if he can't, then his Dao heart will be crippled. On the side, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also had a complicated expression as he looked at the 17th floor. However, compared to Dao Yi, he still had some confidence. I helped him before, and this help could be big or small. Even when he was being criticized by everyone, I was still helping him. This way, under the same conditions, he will definitely choose me. That Dao, he was hesitant before because of his personality, but this kind of personality can only recruit some weak people. True experts have their own pride, and if there is no favor, how can they lower themselves to follow? However, if this Wang Lin really passes the 17th floor, then even I will find it difficult to recruit him. If there is no accident, there is an 80% chance he will become a Grand Empyrean. The palace in the central continent's imperial city was deathly silent. There was only a boundless pressure, as if endless anger was spreading through the world. In the palace, the celestial emperor sat on the dragon throne and stared at the illusion before him. He looked at the pale, ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, and his eyes revealed a strange light. I should have listened to the imperial teacher and killed this Wang Lin. However, I considered that with my status as a Grand Empyrean, whether I acted myself or sent someone to kill him, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. I gave him a chance to grow, and I thought everything was under my control. No matter how much he grows, once he comes to the Imperial City, I can casually find a reason to erase his consciousness and send him to the Imperial teacher. However, I didn't expect him to grow to this point and attract the attention of the other Grand Empyreans. He even wants to destroy Ming Dao, who I paid a great price to recruit. The Celestial Emperor looked at the illusion and muttered to himself. His mouth revealed a smile that didn't match his words. If he passes the 17th palace, he will definitely attract the attention of that old fellow GOT. Once he's recruited by GOT, the Celestial Emperor closed his eyes. After such a long time, he may not be able to pass. However, I hope he can pass and then give Ming Dao a ruthless blow. The Celestial Emperor opened his eyes, and the strange smile on his face became even stronger. Ming Dao, don't let this emperor down. This emperor has done so much for you. I even allowed this Wang Lin to grow. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. The GOT Grand Empyrean looked at Autumn Leaf and pondered. At the same time, he noticed a problem that the other Grand Empyreans seemed to have overlooked. If he passes the 17th palace, not only will it make him famous, but more importantly, it will reflect his combat power. With this kind of combat power, you will become number 1 under Grand Empyreans in the Celestial Clan. Even if a Grand Empyrean attacks, he can escape. What kind of price would it take to recruit such a person? I hope he can't pass the 17th palace. The GOT pondered and looked at Autumn Leaf with a complicated gaze for the first time. Whether it was inside or outside the Empyrean trial, everyone was looking at the 17th palace. They were either expecting or unwilling for Wang Lin to pass, and another incense stick of time passed. After so long without any news, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's face was no longer pale. Instead, he was filled with hope and confidence. However, just as his hope reached its peak and he recovered from his shock, it was as if he had been struck by lightning and began to tremble violently. This was because he saw a sudden burst of dazzling golden light from the 17th level. The golden light spread out crazily, enveloping everyone's eyes. Within the golden light, a white-robed figure walked out. His white hair looked like golden hair under the golden light. Wang Lin walked out step by step. He didn't even look at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Instead, he walked past Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, whose hope had completely collapsed. Completely ignored. He didn't attempt the 18th palace, but descended step by step until he stopped before Dao, Yi, and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. He clasped his hands and looked at Grand Empyrean Wu Feng before arriving at the ancient transfer array. The transfer array lit up and Wang Lin left. Before he left, he turned to look at the person named Hai Zi. He revealed a smile and nodded. He passed the 17th palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao muttered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood was the same as the blood mist from before. It was formed by his essence origin soul. After all, this was the Empyrean trial, not his body. When this mouthful of blood-like essence dissipated, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao seemed to have lost his vitality. He lowered his head and his pride collapsed. His Dao had been mercilessly destroyed by Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao silently left with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, no one cared about Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao anymore. After Wang Lin left, the Empyrean trial erupted with an unprecedented exclamation. The number 1 person under Grand Empyrean, Wang Lin. Today, the Ascendant Empyrean world is changing. This Wang Lin shocked everyone. From now on, my Celestial Clan will have another powerful cultivator. The number 1 Ascendant Empyrean, the strongest person under Grand Empyrean. He can even be called the future 6th son of my Celestial Clan, the cultivator most likely to become a Grand Empyrean. Chapter 1965. Wang Lin left, but the Empyrean trial was even more chaotic. Everyone was filled with excitement and different emotions about Wang Lin's attempt at the Empyrean trial. However, they all deeply remember the name Wang Lin. This was the name that had replaced Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao as the number one person under Grand Empyreans. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. Everything about the soul armor was silently placed in the bottom of everyone's hearts. No one would bring it up at this time. And they understood that even if they had the soul armor, they wouldn't be able to pass the 17th palace. After Wang Lin left, a wave of excitement was set off in the Empyrean trial. Many cultivators saw this and all rushed to attempt it. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi silently watched Wang Lin leave. His eyes shined brightly, and he instantly left this place. He was going to set off immediately to find Wang Lin. Even if he had to pay a high price, he was going to recruit this person. Wu Feng let out a sigh. After Wang Lin passed the 17th palace, he knew that recruiting this person would be even more difficult than recruiting Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with him. Even if I don't succeed, my relationship with him is much better than the other Grand Empyreans. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng pondered and disappeared. In the Imperial City, a thunderous rumble came from the palace. The dragon throne was shattered by the Celestial Emperor's palm. Beside him, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao opened his eyes. His eyes were dull, and he silently lowered his head. Ming Dao, I'll give you a chance to go in a closed-door cultivation at the Celestial Ancestors' cultivation ground. Whether you can wash away the humiliation you suffered will depend on yourself. That Wang Lin should come to the Imperial City. If you can kill him, you'll still be number one among Ascendant Empyreans. This time, Ming Dao didn't hesitate like before and silently nodded. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. Grand Empyrean Jiu stood there and withdrew his gaze from the autumn leaves. After a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a bright gaze. I wasn't able to recruit Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, and the Celestial Emperor has a grudge with him. I want to see who can compete with me this time. Grand Empyrean Jiu turned his head and looked at Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi, who was slowly opening her eyes, and laughed. Hai Zi, come with teacher. Teacher can accept this Wang Lin as my disciple and make him your senior brother. How about it? Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi was startled and then became filled with joy. In the Eastern Continent, in the Purple Sun sect, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes shone as he murmured to himself. The 17th palace, this person actually passed the 17th palace. This kind of person will definitely be fought over by other Grand Empyreans. Little ancestor, let's go quickly. You must quickly calculate this person's location. We'll go find him. The two little girls beside him blinked and immediately stood up. The three of them turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the stone room. However, almost as soon as they disappeared, a small hand reached out from behind the overjoyed greed. Ah, I forgot to bring Little Wolf. Good Little Wolf, I won't forget you. You performed well just now, so come with us. The greedy wolf's tears flowed down as the little hand grabbed his neck, and he disappeared from the stone room. Great Sage Continent. Wang Lin had chosen to go into closed-door cultivation before heading to the Empyrean trial. His body was sitting there, and not far away, the sea dragon had shrunk a lot and was lazily lying there. Lu Jinbiao was jumping up and down and constantly patting the sea dragon's body. Sometimes he would gently stroke it, and sometimes he would scratch it like it was an itch. The sea dragon's eyes were half closed, as if it was very comfortable. It would even snort a few times and twist its body. How is it? Is it comfortable? Your uncle Jinbiao has learned this technique in the cave world. This is a set of massage techniques developed by a sect that specializes in breeding fierce beasts for a long time. If you massage it every day, it will accelerate the flow of your blood, and it can even produce a kind of pleasure that makes you feel like you're walking on clouds and wanting to die. Endure it. Endure it. Don't move. It's not over yet. If you can't endure it, I won't do it for you. Lu Jinbiao's head was covered in sweat, but he didn't feel tired. After half an hour, he lay down on the side, gasping for breath. Damn it, I'm tired to death. Okay, we're both sea dragons, so I'm done for you. It's your turn. Lu Jinbiao looked at the sea dragon. I'm really a sea dragon. Didn't I tell you last time that I was in an ancient place and was hit by a spell that turned me into a human? The sea dragon hesitantly looked at Lu Jinbiao and twisted its body as if it was unwilling. Seeing the sea dragon's expression, Lu Jinbiao's eyes immediately widened and revealed anger. Hey, are you being reasonable? I'm telling you, if you don't come and serve your Uncle Jinbiao, I won't give you massages in the future. This is mutual. Do you understand? Let me tell you, there's a guy beside Master called Su Ligua. This person is very sinister and evil. If you don't cooperate, you'll have to be careful when he comes. Lu Jinbiao looked at the sea dragon with fear in his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The sea dragon hesitated for a moment before anger appeared on its face. It seemed that during this period of time, Lu Jinbiao had used some unknown method to instill in it the idea that Su Ligua was an extremely terrifying fellow who liked to bully sea dragons. It seemed to have been subconsciously influenced to dislike Su Ligua, who it had never seen before. After a long time, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of nascent divinity aura toward Lu Jinbiao. The aura was very strong, and as soon as it landed on Lu Jinbiao, he absorbed it. Lu Jinbiao's eyes shone with pride as he began to perform breathing exercises. Lu Jinbiao am still the strongest. A mere sea dragon is too dumb and easy to deceive. With its help, my cultivation level will increase rapidly. Also, I'll slowly make it glare at little Su, and when he appears, I won't even need to deal with him. This sea dragon will definitely teach him a lesson. Haha, little Su, just you wait. While Lu Jinbiao was feeling proud, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly, but when he saw Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon, he was startled for a moment. He frowned and saw that the sea dragon seemed to be willing to do this, so Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to it. After a long time, the sea dragon finished spitting out the origin energy and lay there lazily. After Lu Jinbiao finished cultivating and completely absorbed the origin energy of the sea dragon, Wang Lin stood up and looked at Lu Jinbiao. Stop messing around, it's time to go. When Lu Jinbiao met Wang Lin's gaze, it was as if Wang Lin could see all of his thoughts. He blinked and revealed an awkward expression before quickly getting up. Master, are you done cultivating? Yes, we'll go wherever you say. Where are we going to find Su Ligua? Beside him, Hailong was just about to get up, but when he heard Su Ligua's name, his eyes immediately became filled with fury. He deeply engraved Su Ligua's name in his heart. He hated this fellow who liked to bully Hailong to the bone. There are guests coming. They will be heading to the Central Plains soon. As for whether we can find Su Ligua, that will depend on our own luck. Wang Lin waved his arm and immediately put away Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon. He walked out of the cave and appeared at the top of a mountain. He stood there and faced the mountain wind. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he looked up at the sky. Who will be the first to come? Wang Lin mumbled. His cry of surprise was all for the sake of this moment. Putting aside Wang Lin, while Lu Jinbiao was instigating the sea dragon to curse Su Ligua, in the imperial city of the Central Plains, there was a person in a green robe who was walking with a smug expression on his face when he suddenly sneezed. The imperial city was the capital of the entire immortal tribe. It occupied a large area, and from a distance, it looked like a continent. A city like this was not something that could be built by mortals. Only if countless people spent tens of thousands of years building, it could be completed. This city was so big that it could be compared to a continent. In the eastern part of the city, there was a young man in a flowery robe. He swaggered around with a smug expression on his face. Behind him were more than 10 guards, and each of them was a third-step cultivator. What was even more shocking was that one of the purple robe guards was a golden exalt. These guards were all men, and they silently followed behind him without saying a word. Beside the young man were 2 people. One of them was a young man with an arrogant expression. He was wearing a green robe, but the way he walked was different from ordinary people. It was as if he was crossing his legs. The other person was a young man wearing a red robe. He had a smug expression on his face and had sneezed 7 or 8 times in a row. Oh, what's wrong with Lord Su? Could it be that you caught a cold from the wind last night? Along the way, I've heard your sneezing. The arrogant young man's voice was sharp and extremely ear-piercing. Bah, you little guy that's neither a man nor a woman. Your grandpa, Su, went out last night. What? Do you want to go with me? Sure, let's go together today. The young man glared at him with a fierce expression. You shameless bastard. The young man rolled his eyes. I'm shameless? Your grandpa, Su, is shameless. What about it? You'll have to be careful tonight. I'll go to your room and have a good time being shameless. Hee, you'll have to be careful. The youth surnamed Su sized up the youth with ill intentions and revealed a silver smile. Stop quarreling. You two quarrel every day. Are you done? Little Red, go and kick the door for this king. Let the Lee family know how powerful this king is. Damn it, how dare they bully me? And you, little Ching, remember to crush the jade slip and tell my big brother. Let my big brother teach them a lesson. The young man wearing a flowery shirt at the front snorted and pointed to a mansion not far away that looked like a coiled lion. The mansion was extremely large. From a distance, it was filled with a pressure that could shake one's heart. The door was closed and there were no guards. On the door was a red plaque with a green frame. On it were two large golden words. Lee Mansion. These two words seemed to emit a shocking aura that filled the world. All right. The young man named Su's spirit was roused. He seemed to like to do this kind of thing the most. He quickly walked out, put one hand on his waist, and kicked the door. There was a bang, but the door didn't move at all. However, the young man named Su didn't care at all, as if he already knew this would happen. Hey, people of the Lee Mansion, listen up. Your grandpa Su is here. Hurry up and open the door to welcome the guest. The young man wearing a flowery shirt immediately laughed when he heard this. He looked very excited as he casually said to the young man in green beside him, Do you see? Do you see? Learn a bit. Now you know why this king values this Su Ligua. The word welcome is well used. What festival is it today? I don't know, but it said that if someone votes 2 monthly tickets today, they will have a romantic encounter tomorrow. It said that it's very accurate. I also have 2 in my account. I'll go vote in a bit. Chapter 1966. Eastern Continent, Great Sage Continent. On an ordinary mountain peak in this continent, Wang Lin silently stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. The wind blew by his body and lifted his clothes, but it couldn't make his white hair flutter. His eyes were like the starry sky, revealing a sense of profoundness. His figure was tall and straight, like a pine tree that didn't age in the wind. The mountain wasn't tall, and it was covered in green trees. The leaves rustled in the wind, and the moaning wind formed a beautiful melody. Wang Lin stood at the top of the mountain with a calm expression. He didn't become arrogant because he had passed the 17th palace, nor did he become arrogant because there would be grand Empyreans coming to recruit him. He quietly looked at the sky, just like when he was in the cave world. After an unknown amount of time, after dusk, when the sun set, Wang Lin stood there and stared at the sky. The clouds suddenly changed, and all the white clouds that were covered by darkness appeared once more. A sun appeared in the dark sky. The sun appeared out of thin air and emitted a dazzling light that lit up the night sky. The sun gave off endless heat waves, as if it was very close to Wang Lin. A figure slowly walked out from the sun. He wore a Taoist robe and had a head of black hair. He looked like a handsome young man. Grand Empyrean Dao, he was the first to appear before Wang Lin. As Dao Yi's figure appeared, everything in the world suddenly became still. The wind didn't move, the trees didn't move, everything didn't move. Even Wang Lin's clothes seemed to freeze. It was as if the world had been frozen by an invisible force. The only one that could move was Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. He walked out from the sun and arrived 100 feet from Wang Lin. He floated in the air and looked down at Wang Lin. Just as his gaze focused on Wang Lin, a series of cracking sounds came from the void around Wang Lin. This sound was extremely sudden, and it made Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes light up. Countless fine cracks appeared in the air around Wang Lin. It was as if his entire body was sealed in ice, and the layer of ice was showing signs of collapsing. A moment later, Wang Lin's frozen clothes began to flutter. He raised his head and looked at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. This caused Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes to shine brightly. He didn't expect Wang Lin to recover so quickly from his pressure that could stop anything in the world. At this moment, Dao Yi was here with his real body. This wasn't his divine sense, nor was it his clone, but his real body. He is indeed worthy of being the number 1 Ascendant Empyrean to pass the 17th palace. For you to be able to recover under my pressure, you could be considered the strongest under Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin, follow me. I promised you that if you follow me, I'll be immortal, and you will be immortal. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled. He seemed to have forgotten that he had thought of giving up on Wang Lin during the Empyrean trial. Wang Lin silently pondered and clasped his hands at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He looked at Wang Lin and pondered a bit before speaking. His voice wasn't loud and didn't echo, but each word seemed to contain law, causing the world to tremble. This is a treasure personally refined by my original body. As Grand Empyrean Dao Yi spoke, he raised his right hand. There was a ring on his right index finger. This ring emitted a golden light and slowly flew out from his finger. It expanded in the air and turned into a ring about 30 feet wide. This ring, no, my original body used materials from the immemorial God realm and spent 100,000 years to refine it. My original body used a faith spell to imitate the celestial ancestors' treasure. Even I would have to spend a lot of effort to break it. Wang Lin looked at the 30-foot wide ring, and his eyes lit up. This ring was extremely extraordinary. Wang Lin couldn't see through it, as if it didn't belong to this world and was an illusion. The pressure it gave off made Wang Lin feel like he was facing a Grand Empyrean. Noticing the light in Wang Lin's eyes, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi waved his left hand, and a piece of green bamboo appeared in his palm. This green bamboo was beautiful and gave off a fragrance. This bamboo is a treasure of the heavens. If you integrate it into your body, your essence will evolve, and it will also contain my Tao. If you can fully comprehend my Tao, even if you don't have the opportunity to become a Grand Empyrean, you will be infinitely close. The moment the green bamboo appeared, Wang Lin's eyes became serious. Just by smelling the fragrance, his essence seemed to have grown. This thing was more helpful to his essence than anything else. If he could integrate it, the benefits to Wang Lin would be great. Grand Empyrean Dao, he had been paying attention to Wang Lin's expression, and he smiled. Based on his understanding of Wang Lin, he knew that Wang Lin was interested in external treasures. These things were very attractive to Wang Lin, so he had come here to tempt Wang Lin with treasures. Moreover, these two treasures weren't essential to him. If he could trade them for Wang Lin, it would be very worthwhile. However, he also knew that Wang Lin wasn't an ordinary cultivator, so he wouldn't be the only one coming to recruit Wang Lin. If he didn't take out some real treasures, it was likely he would be outshone by the other Grand Empyreans. In addition to these two treasures, there is one more thing. After Grand Empyrean Dao, he said this, his heart ached. This could be considered a real treasure, and even he hadn't fully understood it yet. With a wave of his sleeve, a giant vortex appeared in front of him. A skull the size of a fist slowly flew out from the vortex. The skull was surrounded by a ghostly light, and as soon as it appeared, a shocking death aura spread out. The aura of death swept across the world, shattering the area that had been frozen by Dao Yi. Everything in the world could move again, but was infected by the aura of death. This skull didn't look like it belonged to a person. It looked more like the bones of a baby. This thing didn't come from the immemorial God realm. I left the immortal astral continent a long time ago and found it on a piece of floating land. After I took it, the floating land disappeared. This thing contains a trace of power. I don't understand, but I have a feeling that if I can absorb this power, I can break through the limits of a Grand Empyrean and become an existence like the celestial ancestor. Perhaps we were fated to obtain it, but we didn't comprehend it. It has been in my hands for a long time. If you follow me, I'll gift it to you. Grand Empyrean Dao, he revealed a decisive gaze. In order to recruit Wang Lin, he had indeed paid a certain price. Wang Lin looked at the baby-like skull. He couldn't see through it, but he had an indescribable feeling that it was very familiar. This familiarity seemed to have been forgotten in his soul, and he couldn't remember when he had seen it. Wang Lin struggled, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. Thank you, Grand Empyrean Dao, but let me consider this matter. Grand Empyrean Dao, frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly nodded. That's fine. With your cultivation level, there must have been other Grand Empyreans recruiting you, so it is normal for you to consider it a bit more. Just as Grand Empyrean Dao, spoke, a roar came from outside the death aura. This roar was like thunder, and the surrounding death aura began to churn. Ripples echoed in the sky, and a person walked out. This person was tall and had no hair. He wore coarse clothes and walked over step by step. Thunderous rumbles echoed as if all the power in the world couldn't stop him. After taking 7 steps, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. All living things retreated, and even the death chi was pushed back, not daring to block his path in the slightest. This bald man was like an extremely domineering celestial of war as he strode forward. After 7 steps, he arrived beside Wang Lin. Unlike Dao Yi, who was floating in the air, this burly man was standing on top of the mountain like Wang Lin. Greetings, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. Wang will remember Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's help in Empyrean trial. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the bald man. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng laughed. His voice was like thunder that caused the sky to tremble. No problem. I don't like the Celestial Emperor, so I'm just speaking frankly. This was another difference between this person and Dao Yi. Dao Yi always spoke with his original body, but Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's words gave off a sense of boldness. You must have guessed my purpose in coming here. Let's not talk about the conditions. I have a pot of good wine here that I don't usually give to others. Do you want to drink it? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng waved his right hand, and a green gourd appeared. He smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled as his right hand reached out and the gourd flew into his hand. He put it next to his mouth and took a big gulp. Good. Whether you follow me or not, you can come to the northern continent's glacier at any time. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked at Wang Lin and smiled. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi, if more than one Grand Empyrean wants to recruit an Ascendant Empyrean, there is an agreement. You only have one chance to state your conditions. Have you finished listing the benefits? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the 3 treasures. As for the ring and the green bamboo, he completely ignored them. Only the skull caused his expression to freeze. Just these? If you only take out these, then I'll speak. As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Dao Yi. When Wang Lin heard this, his heart trembled. It was rare for multiple Grand Empyreans to recruit someone at the same time. Wu Feng had deliberately pointed it out and used words to pressure Dao Yi. Perhaps there was a reason for this. Is he going to help me? Wang Lin looked at Wu Feng. Chapter 1967. Grand Empyrean Dao, he let out a cold snort. With his wisdom, he naturally saw through the hidden meaning behind Wu Feng's words, but he was a bit reluctant to give up now. I came early. I should have come a bit later. After the others give their conditions, I can make a judgment. Alas, the reason Dao Yi had come first was because he thought he would be the first Grand Empyrean to recruit Wang Lin. He also felt that his guess about what Wang Lin cared about was extremely accurate. If he appeared earlier, he might be able to shock Wang Lin in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect Wu Feng to say this. Of course it's not over yet. I haven't taken out the last item yet. Dao Yi's eyes were filled with determination. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The instant he clenched his fist, his clothes began to flutter. After a moment of calmness, Dao Yi slowly opened his palm, and a colorful crystal floated out. Wang Lin, this is formed by my Dao. If you fuse it into your body, I will be injured if you die, but if I'm injured, you won't be affected. This item only affects me. With it here, anyone who dares to touch you will be my enemy. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's heart ached. This was his bottom line. He originally didn't want to take it out, but Wu Feng's words forced him to take it out as his most important bargaining chip. The moment this item appeared, Wu Feng's eyes became serious. He looked at Dao Yi and then at Wang Lin. Grand Empyreans rarely take out this kind of Dao crystal. This item can indeed keep you safe. However, I advise you to wait for Grand Empyrean GOT. Wu Feng, could it be that you feel that there is no hope of recruiting this person, so you are pretending to be a good person to form good karma? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi roared. So what if I am? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng laughed. He indeed had this thought. If Wang Lin was willing to follow him, he would definitely treat Wang Lin well. Even if Wang Lin didn't follow him, he would be able to form good karma by helping Wang Lin. This was killing two birds with one stone. Then I wonder what you Wu Feng will take out. Dao, he was very annoyed, but he had the same status as Wu Feng. If the other party had made up his mind, he really couldn't say much. I didn't give as many benefits as you did, and I don't have the kind of fortune you have in the immemorial god realm. Wu Feng's expression was calm as he looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were clear and filled with sincerity. But if you follow me, you won't be my subordinate. I will accept you as a disciple on behalf of my master. You will be my junior apprentice brother. Our cultivation is different, but our status is the same. Whatever I have, you have. This is the only one I can give. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked at Wang Lin. He valued this person greatly and felt that this person had a very high chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean. Such a person was worthy of such a commitment. Wu Feng's words startled Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, and he fell silent. These conditions were indeed much better than the treasures he had offered before. This Wu Feng is a brute. Although this child is extremely outstanding, he is far from the level where I have to pay such a price. My Dao crystal is already the limit of a Grand Empyrean, but he is willing to make such a big bet that this child can become a Grand Empyrean. Equal status, accepting a disciple on behalf of his master. If he had proposed this condition to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao back then, Ming Dao would have been extremely tempted. It is likely that Ming Dao wouldn't have followed the Celestial Emperor and would have become Wu Feng's junior apprentice brother. Once this Wang Lin agrees, there are too many benefits. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect Wu Feng to say these words. His expression was sincere, and it was obvious he hadn't said these words casually. He had thought about them carefully. Wu Feng looked at Wang Lin and said, "Word for word, my words are not false. I can swear on my blood." Has this Wu Feng gone crazy? Dao Yi's expression was even more gloomy and filled with disbelief. Wang Lin's expression was a bit complicated as he looked at Wu Feng and silently pondered. If he really planned on staying in the Celestial Clan for a long time, then Wu Feng's words would be his best choice. However, thank you, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, for your kindness. Let me Wang consider this matter. Wang Lin let out a sigh and clasped his hands at Wu Feng. Wu Feng sighed. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. It doesn't matter. Grand Empyrean GOT is the strongest among us. He might give you better conditions. He is here. Just as Wu Feng spoke, a ripple of light appeared in the sky, and two figures walked out. They were Empyrean Exalt High Z and her teacher, Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z's voice was filled with joy. She walked over and stood next to Wang Lin. You disappeared for so long, and the moment you appeared, you went to the Empyrean trial. You actually reached the 17th palace. Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin and didn't hide the joy in her eyes. I was just lucky. Empyrean Exalt High Z was very close to Wang Lin, and a faint fragrance came from her. Wang Lin didn't retreat. He just stood there. He still remembered what High Z had said to him in the Empyrean trial when everyone was pointing at him. Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you remember Mount Emperor I told you about? Let's go see the autumn leaf together, okay?" Wang Lin hesitated and sighed as he looked at the beautiful woman before him. "I will go. Not now." Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip. Wang Lin silently pondered. With his age and experience, how could he not see the meaning behind High Z's words? This beautiful woman might not have that kind of feeling for him, but she clearly had a good impression of him. Perhaps this good impression would eventually turn into an emotion. However, Wang Lin couldn't allow this to continue. He didn't want her to end up like those women in the cave world, sad and unhappy. Wang Lin's silence made Empyrean Exalt High Z sigh in her heart, but she revealed a smile. She raised her right hand and patted Wang Lin's body. I'm just inviting you to Mount Emperor and introducing you to a few dual cultivation women. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I'll find someone else to go. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. High Z, don't mess around. In the sky, Grand Empyrean Jiu still looked the same, but now his expression was serious. There was no trace of the majesty of a Grand Empyrean on him. Even when he was serious, he still looked very ordinary. Helping Wang Lin was difficult to predict. Jiu is the most powerful Empyrean Exalt in the Celestial Clan. I need to be careful with him. But he is also in the Central Continent, so it will be a great guarantee for my trip to the Central Continent. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Grand Empyrean Jiu and was about to speak. However, just at this moment, Jiu suddenly looked up. Shortly after, Wu Feng and Dao Yi also looked up with serious expressions. In the sky, 3 rays of light came whistling over, and in an instant they were close to this place. Little Wang Lin, it really is you. A burst of cheerful laughter came from the sky. The 3 rays of light were Grand Empyrean Gemini and Empyrean Exalt Guya. As the laughter echoed, the little girl named Hua appeared beside Wang Lin. She clapped her hands and circled around Wang Lin. Little Wang Lin, do you still remember me? Little Wang Lin, do you still remember him? The little girl named Han was standing next to the doll. She grabbed a cultivator who was covering his face with both hands and threw him to the side. Wang Lin looked at the cultivator who was thrown to the side and had a bitter expression on his face. Greedy Wolf, Wang Dao, you long time no see. Greedy Wolf said with tears in his eyes. Okay, Baldy, masked man, and you rotten old man, all you can leave. This little Wang Lin is ours. The little girl named Hua put her left hand on her waist and raised her right hand. She pretended to act like an elder and pointed at them one by one. That's right. He's ours. If any of you dare to be disobedient, I'll beat you up. The little girl, named Han, looked like she was about to hit someone. She even raised her hand and gestured. This sudden change caused Wang Lin to be startled for a moment. Empyrean Exalt, Guya took a few steps back with a bitter smile. With his cultivation level, he couldn't participate at all and could only watch the 2 little ancestors struggle. Don't forget the recommendation tickets. Chapter 1968. Facing these 2 little girls, Dao Yi immediately frowned. Wu Feng's expression became serious. He had heard the meaning behind their words. They seemed to have known Wang Lin for a long time and had even brought someone with a cultivation level that Wang Lin was familiar with. Jiu smiled bitterly as he looked at the 2 little girls. He ignored them and spoke to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, tell the old man your choice. Bad old man, you dare to be disobedient? Bad old man, I remember you. Back then, you couldn't beat us. The 2 little girls' eyes widened when they heard Grand Empyrean Jiu-Ti's words. Gemini, your souls were split after you reincarnated. Why do you still have this personality? This person passed the 17th palace. Now that we are all here, we naturally have to state our conditions one by one and let him choose. You. However, before he finished speaking, he leaped forward. Grand Empyrean Jiu frowned, and the 2 little girls immediately said, Han, let's hit them. As the little girl called Hua spoke angrily, the 2 of them seemed to overlap in the air, and a shocking aura suddenly exploded forth. The 2 little girls raised their hands at the same time and formed a circle in front of them. A majestic golden light spread out from the circle, as if a golden sun had appeared. The light from the sun replaced all light in the world and shrouded the Grand Empyreans. It was impossible to see them clearly from the outside. Thunderous rumbles came from the light, and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was the first to fly out. He was filled with anger, but he didn't look back. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The second to fly out was Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. He revealed a bitter smile as he retreated from the golden light. He let out a sigh and disappeared without a trace. They are clearly two lawless children, yet they dare to display the power of the 9 suns on the celestial clan's continent. This, if they really fight. Alas, the third to fly out was Grand Empyrean Jioti. He frowned and withdrew from the golden light. He waved his sleeves, and the golden light disappeared. Wang Lin, the old man, is waiting for your reply at Mount Emperor. As he spoke, Grand Empyrean Jioti seemed quite helpless. His right hand reached at the void, and he disappeared with Empyrean Exalt High Z. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Grand Empyreans had to retreat due to Gemini's crazy actions. When the golden light dissipated, the 2 little girls floated in the air with smug expressions. Little Guya, aren't we powerful? The 3 of them don't dare to use the power of the 9 suns, but we're not afraid. We already knew that they wouldn't dare to fight us head-on, so we scare them away. The cultivator from Guya hurriedly stepped forward and praised. Grand Empyrean Gemini has great foresight. Guya admires. He really didn't know how to say too much. Only now did he understand. Along the way, when he was worried about failing to recruit them, the 2 little ancestors had nonchalantly told him that they had a way. Now he knew that this method was to act shamelessly and drive everyone else away. As he spoke, the cultivator from Guya awkwardly looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Guya greets, white-haired, ascendant Empyrean. This matter is truly helpless. Senior is famous and has many choices, but Grand Empyrean Gemini is like a child, pure and kind. If Senior is willing to follow, I will definitely treat Senior well. As long as Senior has any request, I will definitely satisfy it. The cultivator from Guya bowed deeply. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the bitter, greedy wolf. He silently pondered and didn't speak. Little Guya, why are you saying so much to him? Little Wang Lin, there are no other Grand Empyreans here. I'm asking you, are you coming or not? The little girl named Han Han pouted and glared at Wang Lin. This glare made the little girl look very cute. As Wang Lin looked at her, the image of Zhou Ru as a child appeared in his mind. Little Wang Lin, I'm telling you, I saved you before. Do you remember? Humph. If you're ungrateful, I'll hit you. The doll at the side glared at him angrily with his eyes wide open. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. Guya looked very embarrassed. He also knew that no Ascendant Empyrean would be recruited by Grand Empyrean with such a tone, especially someone like Guya, which Grand Empyrean wouldn't offer a lot of benefits. Senior Wang. Guya was about to speak to ease the situation. At this moment, the little girl named Han Han let out a snort and floated down. She stood before Wang Lin and looked up at Wang Lin. However, she was too small and felt that something was wrong. She immediately floated up until she was a head taller than Wang Lin. Then she proudly raised her right hand, blinked her innocent eyes, and threatened in a low voice. Little Wang Lin, if you don't agree, I'll hit you. I'll even let my dad hit you. Guya said that my dad is very powerful. What celestial ancestor? Just write the word death on his finger and you're dead. Wang Lin was startled. Fake. Guya's body trembled, and he secretly cursed the little ancestor. However, he couldn't say that. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and quickly sent a voice transmission to Wang Lin. These 2 children, Grand Empyrean Gemini, is talking about their 2 mortal fathers after they reincarnated. They lost a portion of their memories and asked me when they were young. I was afraid they would be sad, so I spoke nonsense. Senior, please don't mind. Alas, little Guya, what are you sending me? Let me listen. The baby beside him immediately became interested and was about to listen. However, Guya spoke very quickly, so he was obviously on guard. Little Guya, You're disobedient and won't let me listen. My dad is also very powerful. I'll let my dad hit you." The baby proudly walked up and patted Guya's head. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he looked at the two little girls and let out a sigh. He suddenly felt that compared to the other Grand Empyreans, these two little girls made him feel closer. In particular, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the greedy wolf. "I neglected a problem before. Even with teacher Xian Luo's cultivation level, he can't take people out of the cave world and can only protect them until they reincarnate. Even for me, teacher has to pay a certain price to let me out. However, this greedy wolf's cultivation level isn't high, yet Grand Empyrean Gemini was able to take him out of the cave world without much effort." Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the two little girls. In particular, he looked at the little girl named Han Han. Her proud expression was very cute. Even after an accident happened during reincarnation, Grand Empyrean Gemini still has this kind of spell. If they didn't have the accident, they would have been the strongest Grand Empyreans in the Celestial Clan. I just don't know how they compare to Grand Empyrean Donglin. Most importantly, I forgot that there's a place in Grand Empyrean Gemini's Purple Yang sect that is connected to the cave world. Hey, little Wang Lin, speak. If you don't speak, I'll really let my dad hit you." Han Han angrily looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin bitterly smiled once more and nodded to Guya's embarrassment. "Okay, I'm willing to follow Grand Empyrean Gemini." Wang Lin's answer immediately made Han Han clap her hands and become even more proud. "That's right, you should have said so earlier. Forget it, I won't let my dad hit you." Baby Doll was also very happy. Now that there was nothing to worry about, he pulled Han Han and ran over to Greed, whose eyes were filled with fear. "Little wolf, you didn't perform well today, but I can still give you a little red flower." Han Han, how many little red flowers do you want to give him?" "Give him 5. Baby Doll, you said 5. 6. I think 6 is better. 3 for you and 3 for me." Guya ignored the two little ancestors who were abusing the greedy wolf and the miserable cries coming from the cave. He stared at Wang Lin in disbelief that Wang Lin had agreed just like that. Although he came later, he could imagine the conditions that Dao, Yi, Wu Feng, and Jiu Ti had offered to Wang Lin must have been extremely shocking, enough to tempt any cultivator. "Senior, Guya suddenly felt a little worried. However, I have a request. I can't stay here with Grand Empyrean Gemini for too long. I have to go to the Central Continent. After that, I have to go into closed-door cultivation and not care about the outside world. When I leave, you can't stop me. When I'm in the Central Continent, if a Grand Empyrean attacks me, you have to help me resolve it. Perhaps I'll only be under Grand Empyrean Gemini for a few years. If you agree, I agree." Wang Lin looked at the two little girls playing in the distance, patting the greedy wolf's head. His gaze fell on Guya, and he slowly spoke. "So it's like this." Guya lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, he raised his head and his eyes were filled with determination. "Yes, I can promise you this on behalf of Grand Empyrean Gemini. However, I hope that even if you go into closed-door cultivation, no matter how long it takes you—" Before Guya finished speaking, Wang Lin already knew what he wanted to say. Wang Lin softly said, "Among the 5 Grand Empyreans of the Celestial Clan, I won't have a second choice in this life. In the Celestial Clan, there is only Grand Empyrean Gemini." "Good." Guya's face was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. In his view, this was already very good. Even if it was just a nominal follower, it was better than nothing. After all, it was very difficult to have someone like the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, the strongest under Grand Empyreans. "Senior, let us return to the Purple Yang sect first. Whenever Senior wants to go out, you can go out at any time. Senior can stay at any place in the Purple Yang sect, including the place where Grand Empyrean Gemini went to before her reincarnation. If Senior wants to go there to comprehend, you can." Guya clasped his hands and was extremely respectful. "Let's go." Wang Lin turned around and looked toward the Donglin sect. It was as if he was saying goodbye to the lonely old man who had been there for countless years. Han Han is my daughter. Her mantra is, if you're not obedient, I'll hit you. And if you're not obedient, I'll let my dad hit you. So, hee, forgive me, forgive me. Chapter 1969. In the blink of an eye, spring, autumn, and the 4 seasons passed. This year, the autumn leaves on Mount Emperor died, and snow fell. However, not only did the rumor of the Celestial Clan not dissipate, it spread even more. 1 year ago, a white-haired cultivator appeared in the Celestial Clan. He started from the 5th palace and passed through 17 palaces. He became the #1 Ascendant Empyrean. He completely replaced Ascendant Empyrean by Ao Ming Dao and truly stood at the peak below Grand Empyreans. This person had a head of white hair and was called the White-Haired Ascendant Empyrean. As for his name, it was spread by many Empyrean exalts. This person's name was Wang Lin. The name Wang Lin swept through the Celestial Clan like a violent gust of wind. No Supreme Empyrean Exalt knew. No Supreme Ascendant Empyrean knew, and almost all the Golden Exalt ancestors had heard of him. In fact, in addition to the Patriarch, even the sect leader, elders, and other cultivators knew about it. The 49th Ascendant Empyrean had appeared in the Celestial Clan. He was the strongest Ascendant Empyrean who had passed through the 17th palace. Rumors about this person spread across the Celestial Clan. Rumor had it that this person had a soul armor and had obtained the recognition of a foreign spirit. Rumor had it that this person's cultivation was unparalleled, but he was very low-key. After passing through more than a dozen palaces, he was unwilling to continue, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao provoked him and humiliated him. He flew into a rage and passed through the 17th palace, completely crushing Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao under his feet. Rumor had it that Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi admired him, but he had coldly rejected her. There was also a rumor that he came from a small sect in the Eastern continent. Most cultivators had never heard of this sect. Rumors continued to spread across the Celestial Clan. Such a person would be valued by all the Grand Empyreans and would be recruited. However, this person had rejected Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, and even Grand Empyrean Jiuti. He had chosen the weak Grand Empyrean Gemini. Once this matter spread out, almost all the immortals who had heard about Wang Lin were puzzled. All sorts of rumors regarding this matter stirred up a storm once more. During this year of time, Wang Lin had been inside the Purple Yang sect and hadn't left. Many Ascendant Empyreans had rushed to the Purple Yang sect regardless of the distance to see Wang Lin. Everyone who left after bowing respectfully had looks of admiration on their faces. However, there were also some who stayed behind in the Purple Sun sect. It seemed that discussing Dao with Wang Lin had benefited them greatly. Because of Wang Lin's name, the Ziyang sect was once again in the limelight. The rumor of Wang Lin slowly spread to the 36 countries of the ancient clan through various means. After all, the 49th Ascendant Empyrean had appeared in the Celestial Clan, which was very important to the ancient clan. Not to mention that this new Ascendant Empyrean had suddenly replaced Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao as the strongest. Of the 36 countries of the ancient clan, the 3 clans each occupied 12 countries. When the news about Wang Lin spread to the Daoji clan, Xian Luo opened his eyes in his closed-door cultivation room. There was admiration in his eyes, but also pride. He admired Wang Lin for reaching such a height in the Celestial Clan. He was proud that Wang Lin was someone he had found in the cave world and accepted as a disciple. He should be returning soon. Xian Luo didn't tell anyone about Wang Lin, not even the Daoji Emperor. When the news spread to the palace and the ancient Dao Emperor learned of it, his selection was still going on. Women were brought from all over to try to fuse with the soul fragment. However, up until now, every day had been a failure and no one had succeeded. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he expanded his search to find women who could fuse with the soul fragment. When the ancient Dao Emperor learned of the news about Wang Lin, he didn't think that this Wang Lin was the person he hated. Although he attached great importance to it, he didn't think too much about it. He attached great importance to it, and mobilized all forces to collect information about this person. After all, this person was likely to be the sixth Grand Empyrean of the Celestial Clan. Compared to the Celestial Clan, the Ancient Clan was only one Grand Empyrean away. If not for the fact that Grand Empyrean Gu Dao didn't participate in the three clans, they would have already been destroyed by the Celestial Clan. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao lived on Mount Gu in the Ancient Clan. His cultivation was heaven-shaking, and he was the number one person among the 9 suns on the immortal astral continent. Even the Celestial Clan's Grand Empyrean Donglin was no match for him. In particular, Grand Empyrean Ji Dao was the only person in the 9 suns that had killed a Grand Empyrean. His existence could be traced back to the time of the Ji ancestor. When he became a Grand Empyrean, Jiu was only a Golden Exalt cultivator. After the Ji ancestor and Celestial ancestor disappeared, a full-scale war broke out between the two clans. During that war, the Celestial Clan had 8 Grand Empyreans, and the Ji clan only had 4. However, when the war reached its peak and the entire Celestial Clan slaughtered their way into half of the Ancient Clan's territory, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao came out of closed-door cultivation and went to the Celestial Clan alone. He fought against 2 Celestial Clan Grand Empyreans in front of countless Celestials. In the end, he killed both of them. When he returned, he was ambushed by another Celestial Clan Grand Empyrean, but he was also killed. After this battle, the name of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao shocked the immortal astral continent. Because of this, the Celestial Clan had to retreat and end the war. After countless years, because Ji Dao still hadn't died, his deterrence shrouded the Celestial Clan. Even though they now had one more Grand Empyrean, they still didn't dare to attack. There was even a rumor that the Celestial Clan's Grand Empyrean Donglin was killed when he challenged Gu Dao. News of Wang Lin slowly spread through the Ancient Clan under the protection of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. This was the first time many people in the Ancient Clan remembered the name Wang Lin. During this year of time, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao seemed to have been forgotten. Everything about him had been replaced by Wang Lin, land of the Celestial Clan, under the imperial city of Central Continent, in an extremely majestic underground palace. The black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was sitting inside a pool of black water. The water continued to bubble and emit a black aura that surrounded the area. Inside the pool, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had a ferocious expression and seemed to be in extreme pain. His body trembled, but he never left the pool. He clenched his teeth and persisted for a year. Wang Lin, Wang Lin. Whenever his pain reached a peak and he couldn't bear it anymore, he would roar this name. Now his roar echoed once more. You took everything from me, so I must personally take it back. At this moment, as he continued to roar, the black water in the pool began to boil even more. Black gas entered his body through his orifices and gathered in his bloodline, slowly changing. Return to the ancestral body. Not even this emperor, a direct descendant of the celestial ancestor, has successfully cultivated this spell. When this emperor recruited you, I promised to help you obtain the bloodline of the celestial ancestor. A cold voice echoed in the underground palace. Ripples appeared beside the pool, and the figure of the celestial emperor walked out. Since this emperor promised you, I will definitely complete it. This place is the key to the celestial emperor's bloodline, allowing generations to become Grand Empyreans. You can cultivate here to obtain the bloodline. Whether you can complete the return to the ancestral body will depend on the hatred and resentment in your heart. If you can persist, then you can return to the ancestral body. Return to the ancestral body. Return to the ancestral body. Wang Lin, I'll kill you. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's expression was distorted and he roared like crazy. However, his eyes were dim, as if his consciousness was slowly fading. Kill you. Kill you. As Ming Dao roared, the celestial emperor revealed that strange smile once more. His eyes lit up and he turned to leave. This emperor's generation will recreate the glory of the celestial ancestor. That old fellow Jiu is relying on his seniority. Once I succeed, I'll cut him down first. If he surrenders, no one will dare to disobey. As for that Dao Yi, that person is cunning. Back then, the Grand Empyrean position should have gone to his senior brother, but he killed his senior brother to steal that position. This emperor admires this kind of person. He could be of great use. That Wu Feng disrespected the celestial emperor's bloodline. This kind of person should be killed. Take away his Grand Empyrean position and let Dao Fei become a Grand Empyrean. Although Dao Fei is my younger brother, I've spent a lot of effort on him. It is time to harvest the fruits. Finally, there is Gemini. As long as their souls don't return to one, there is nothing to worry about. The celestial emperor smiled and disappeared from the underground palace. The roars from the underground palace continued to echo. In the Purple Yang sect of the Eastern Continent, the place where Wang Lin, who had stirred up the entire immortal astral continent, was located, was now in winter. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, covering the Purple Yang sect in silver. During this year, aside from when Ascendant Empyreans came to discuss Tao, Wang Lin had only been in one place. That place was a forbidden land in the Purple Yang sect. That place was called the Beast Farm Realm. He had vaguely seen the Beast Farm Realm before, but after coming to the Purple Yang sect, it had changed a lot. Wang Lin sat at the edge of the Beast Farm Realm. He had spent most of this year sitting here. He could feel that there was an invisible barrier before him. Inside this barrier was the hometown he was familiar with, the hometown he missed. There were people he was familiar with, the land he was familiar with, the stars, and cultivation planets. He raised his right hand and placed it on the barrier. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with melancholy and reminiscence. The aura of hometown. Wang Lin let out a sigh and silently closed his eyes. He had been here for a year and knew it was time for him to leave. In the distance, there was a burst of bell-like laughter. The laughter of a little girl was filled with joy, and it made Wang Lin's heart very calm. Little Biao, don't bully Little Wolf. Little Wolf's things have all been swindled by you. Little Biao, let's go down the mountain to swindle people. It's too fun. Lu Jinbiao cried and begged. I beg you, two little ancestors, don't call me Little Biao. It really doesn't sound good. Today, I heard another rumor. It is said that anyone who votes for me during the morning will have a romantic encounter tomorrow. I'd rather believe it, fellow cultivator. Chapter 1970. On this cold winter day, two people walked down from the Purple Sun sect. They were Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao. After a year of silence, Wang Lin silently cultivated while thinking about his hometown. His wood essence had reached completion, and he was very close to forming his true body. His Thunder True Body had reached completion in the Dong Lin sect, so he didn't need to comprehend any other special essences. As for his five-elemental true body, his wood essence was close to forming his true body. Only the metal essence was still at small completion. Wang Lin knew that if he had the Celestial Ancestor Sword fragment, his metal essence would reach completion. Once the metal essence was powerful, even if it wasn't his true body, the five elements would be complete. That would be enough for Wang Lin's cultivation to go from the mid-stage of Void Tribulent to the late stage of Void Tribulent, the Golden Exalt. Finally, there was the ethereal essence. After life and death, karma, and true and false, Wang Lin comprehended the fourth ethereal essence, reincarnation. He had only comprehended a sliver of the reincarnation essence, but it was like opening a new door and obtaining an essence seed. He would need to comprehend it again and again before it would reach its full power. Golden Exalt cultivation isn't difficult. What's difficult is the ethereal essence. The trip to the Imperial City is the place the Celestial Ancestor left behind. Perhaps I will feel the aura of the Celestial Ancestor there. Wang Lin walked into the wind and snow. The distance from the Purple Sun sect in the Eastern Continent to the Imperial City was very far. Even if an ordinary cultivator flew at full speed, it would be very difficult unless they used a transfer array. Wang Lin's figure was covered by the wind and snow. He merged with the world and used spatial bending to leave the Eastern Continent with Lu Jinbiao and the Sea Dragon. Behind the two of them, Empyrean Venerate Gu silently stood outside the mountain gate of the Purple Sun sect. Beside him were the two little girls, who had reluctance in their eyes as they watched the figures disappear into the distance. Will he come back? Dolly was a little depressed. Will we still be able to see him? Han Han looked into the distance and asked softly. He should. I've already given him a jade slip. Once he encounters a crisis in the central continent that he can't solve, you'll know immediately. This is our agreement with him. At that time, we will need Grand Empyrean Gemini to help. Gui let out a sigh. Yes, that's for sure. Since little Wang Lin has chosen us, we can't let anyone bully him. Wah looked to Han Han beside her. The two little girls nodded solemnly. The central region was the center of the entire land of the immortals. It was incredibly vast and was also the place with the densest amount of immortal chi. It could be said that it was a place blessed with outstanding people. At the core of the central region was the Imperial City. This city was as large as a continent. It was the most majestic city on the immortal astral continent. Even the imperial cities of the 36 countries of the ancient clan couldn't compare to the celestial city. This city was also known as the ancestral city. There is only one sect in the ancestral city, and that was the sect of the imperial teacher, Shang Daoxian. This sect had been passed down for generations and had fused with the descendants of the celestial ancestor. If one fell, they fell, and if one rose, they rose. The entire sect had a different era of celestial emperors and different names. Every generation of celestial emperors would gain the loyalty of the sect after succeeding the position of celestial emperor. Furthermore, after the awakening of the celestial ancestors' bloodline and inheriting the title of Celestial Eight Extremes, they could choose a new name for the sect. This generation's celestial emperor, Lien Daojin, named this mysterious sect the Dao sect. The sect master of this generation's Dao sect was the imperial teacher, Shang Daoxian. Shang Daoxuan's cultivation was unfathomable, and his divination ability was earth-shattering. He could fight against the three imperial teachers of the ancient clan by himself. The Dao sect was in the ancestral city, but no one knew where it was. Since ancient times, very few people had found it. However, most secrets in the world couldn't resist the passage of time. Over the countless years, people had many speculations about the location of this mysterious sect. Some said that the sect was in a void that overlapped with the ancestral city. Some said that the sect was in a spatial rift in the ancestral city, and the entrance was inside the imperial palace. Some said that the sect was deep under the ancestral city. There were many speculations, and perhaps one of them was true. The ancestral city was divided into 4 sub-cities: north, south, east, and west. The central area was the forbidden area of the celestial clan. This was the imperial palace, and only those with permission could enter this forbidden area. There were many mansions in the north, south, east, and west cities. Each of these mansions represented a force. They weren't sects, but they were more powerful than most sections. Among them, the 4 king mansions were the strongest, and they were in charge of the 4 sub-cities. The northern city's Li Mansion, the southern city's Luo Mansion, the western city's Shan Mansion, and the eastern city's Meng Mansion were like 4 behemoths that shocked the 5 provinces. In addition to all of this, there was another powerful force inside the ancestral city that could compete with the imperial power. It was a mountain located between the east and west cities. This mountain was called the Imperial Mountain, Mount Emperor. One mountain, one person, and one grand Empyrean Jyoti made the entire ancestral city and the imperial palace feel like 10,000 mountains were pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Many people speculated that the purpose of the mysterious Dao sect's existence was to fight against Mount Emperor, who was gradually suppressing the imperial power. This was the pattern of the entire ancestral city. Few outsiders knew about this in detail, and only Grand Empyreans could see it so clearly. During the year that Wang Lin was at the Purple Yang sect, Grand Empyrean Gemini used the soul fusion spell to retrieve the memories of the ancestral city and let Wang Lin know about it. There were 5 great provinces in the land of immortals, and there were 72 smaller continents. Because of that, the 4 seasons changed, and they were slightly different. For example, when the freezing wind and snow blew from the eastern province and enveloped the central province in snow, several months had already passed. This was the first snow in the ancestral city this year. The snow was very heavy and covered a small portion of the ancestral city. The eastern gate was covered in snow, and even vision became blurry. There were no mortals in this city. This was one of the few places in the land of immortals where only cultivators existed. Because of this, the celestial chi in the city was too dense. It had already formed a celestial pressure. It was impossible for mortals to survive here. On this day, outside the eastern gate of the ancestral city, there was an endless plain covered in snow. A figure wearing a raincoat and a hat walked over step by step against the wind and snow. The hat covered his face, so it was impossible to see his appearance. However, he didn't look old, more like a young man. However, even the violent wind and snow couldn't blow away the ancient aura around him. As he slowly closed in and was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancestral city, the person in the raincoat stopped. He slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of snow as he looked at the majestic city in the distance. Celestial Emperor, I'm coming. Wang Lin looked into the distance and allowed the snowflakes to land on his coat. The snowflakes landed on his back and gradually covered his footprints. This should be my last stop in the Celestial clan. I'm going to find a madman and see if he still remembers me. From now on, I will have no more regrets. Wang Lin silently pondered and lowered his head. While the hat covered the wind and snow, it also covered his face. He silently walked forward step by step. He didn't have to come to the ancestral city. He knew that this place was very dangerous, but he still came. There are some things in life that a person can do, should do, and must do for the sake of having no regrets. Some people pursue without regrets for the sake of having no regrets in their relationship. Some people persevere on this path for the sake of having no regrets in their friendship. Most people do it for the sake of their loved ones. Even if they face a cliff, they will rely on their hands to slowly climb over. Wang Lin valued relationships. Family, love, and friendship were all things he cherished. For him, he had very few relationships in his lonely life. Losing one meant that he had truly lost them. The madman had shown him kindness. He had spent 60 years with the madman in the Dream Dao in Suzaku, and he couldn't leave without seeing him. He wanted to see how his old friend was doing. With this thought in mind, he came. The wind blew by his body, and the snow blocked his path. At dusk, Wang Lin arrived outside the eastern gate of the ancestral city. He stood there, and compared to the majestic city, he was like an ant. There were no guards at the gate like in the mortal world. The ancestral city never needed guards. There were 2 Grand Empyreans here, and there was the mysterious Dao sect. Aside from Grand Empyrean Ji Dao, not even Xian Luo would casually come here. At dusk, the sky was hazy and the snow was even stronger. Wang Lin stepped through the eastern gate and landed inside the ancestral city. A powerful celestial pressure rushed out when Wang Lin stepped through the gate. This celestial pressure was enough to make a mortal's body collapse, but a cultivator could barely withstand it. If one cultivated here, the effect would be several times better than cultivating in a famous mountain or even some big sections. However, this celestial pressure had no effect on Wang Lin. He no longer needed to forcibly cultivate this celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin walked on the city and looked around. Within the snowstorm, there were quite a few people in the city, all of them hurrying back and forth. Even though they had cultivation bases, they didn't fly. Instead, they walked like mortals. Even a dragon has to coil up in the ancestral city. Even a tiger has to lie down in the ancestral city. Even an Empyrean exalt with supreme cultivation must abide by the rules here. Is that so? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Not including me. Monday, please recommend me. Chapter 1971. In the depths of the eastern part of the ancestral city, there was a seemingly ordinary mansion, but it was very large. From afar, it looked like a fierce beast. It was completely silent outside the mansion, and there was no one around. It was as if this was a forbidden area in the eastern part of the city. Even if one saw it from afar, they would have to go around it and not pass by. The wind and snow fell, accumulating a thick layer of snow on the ground. It was suffused with silver light and emitted a chilling aura. As the silver light shined, the closed gate of the mansion gave off a sense of pressure. There were 2 stone lions outside the gate. Their eyes were closed, but there was a fierce aura around them. It was as if once they opened their eyes, they would angrily devour someone. There was a red plaque with a green frame above the gate. There were 2 large, golden words written on it. Li Mansion. A shocking arrow chi spread out from those 2 words, causing the surrounding snow and wind to also seem to contain killing intent as it swirled around and descended. There were rows of corridors inside the mansion, and there were many beautiful pavilions anchored to the ground. However, at this moment, the snow was still as calm as before. There was no sound or shadow. Behind the corridors of the mansion was a secret room made of green stone. This stone room was covered in snow, and it was completely silent inside. However, at this moment, the moment Wang Lin stepped into the eastern part of the city, the sound of a bow humming came from inside the stone room. In this extremely silent world, the sound of the bow was very clear and filled the area. There was an old man sitting inside the secret room, and before him was a wooden shelf. The wood was completely purple and looked extraordinary. This shelf was very strange, and, at a glance, it seemed like it was missing something. If a bow was placed on this shelf, it would be complete. At this moment, the humming sound was coming from this purple wooden shelf. The blurry image of a bow appeared on it, and it kept humming. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be arrow energy in his eyes as he stared at the purple wooden shelf. The patriarch's bow let out a long cry. This is something that will only happen when the patriarch's bow appears in close proximity. Could it be that the patriarch's bow is nearby? The old man was startled for a moment before he took a deep breath and waved his right hand at the shelf. Immediately, a purple light flashed and turned into an arrow that shot out of the stone room. Its speed was not fast, and it seemed to be searching for something before it disappeared into the distance. The old man's eyes flashed, and he immediately shouted, "Li Yun, Li Shan, the 2 of you follow the arrow and see if you can detect the aura of the ancestor's bow." As his voice echoed, 2 figures suddenly flew out from 2 quiet pavilions in the deathly, silent mansion. They moved like smoke and disappeared into the distance, along with the purple arrow. At that moment, Wang Lin walked through the wind and snow as he walked along the limestone roads of the eastern part of the city. The snow on the ground was very thick. Wang Lin looked at the city, which was huge. Just the eastern part of the city seemed boundless. It was something that Wang Lin had never seen before in his life. If the eastern part of the city was like this, then there was no need to talk about the entire ancestral city. This place was a rare city. The pedestrians quickly passed by. Some of them noticed Wang Lin, but they only glanced at him for a bit before walking away. There were many shops in the area, as well as numerous mansions, all of which emanated strong, immortal chi. It was an extraordinary sight, and because of that immortal chi and the snowy wind, the entire East District seemed like a strange place. Wang Lin silently walked through the eastern part of the city. It wasn't until the moon arrived that he arrived at a multi-story inn. Wang Lin took out some celestial stones and chose a place to stay. The residence wasn't large, and it was very simple. However, the immortal energy within it was much denser than outside. Although it wasn't an abode, the surrounding walls, doors, and windows were covered with restrictions and seals that could be activated on their own. It was a good place for closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Lu Jinbiao was excitedly looking around. The golden exalt sea dragon's body had shrunk to the size of a finger, and it was lying lazily on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder. The sea dragon had a good relationship with Lu Jinbiao, which Wang Lin wasn't surprised at all. After all, with Lu Jinbiao's ability, it was normal for him to do this. Night fell, and the wind and snow lessened a lot. Lu Jinbiao stood next to the window and looked at the passers-by outside. There seemed to be music coming from the brightly lit area in the distance, and his expression became even more excited. "Master, this is a good place. It's almost the same as a city in the mortal world. Look over there. I'm sure there are beauties there." Lu Jinbiao pointed at the brightly lit area in the distance. "Master, this Su Ligua can't be changed. If he's here, he'll definitely be having fun every night. If we want to find him, we should go to a place like this." "Ahem. Lu Jinbiao, am a gentleman. How about this? I'll force myself to go there and see if Su Ligua is there. Master, what do you think?" Lu Jinbiao suppressed his excitement and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Lu Jinbiao and knew that he didn't want to stay in the room. After thinking for a bit, he nodded. When he nodded, Lu Jinbiao became excited and immediately walked out with the sea dragon. After Lu Jinbiao left, Wang Lin sat alone on a chair in the residence. He held a jug of wine and looked at the snow outside the window as he drank. "Lian Daofei, do you still remember what happened in the cave world?" The moonlight outside the window became even stronger, and the snow became even heavier. The jug of wine in his hand was empty. Wang Lin let out a sigh and put down the jug of wine. He got up and walked alone in the east side of the city, which was shrouded in darkness but not too dark. Music and the sound of people came from the east side of the city, but Wang Lin felt lonely. As he silently walked down the street, there were fewer and fewer people around him. In the end, only Wang Lin appeared in the snow. Wang Lin stopped and slowly asked, "What do you want?" The moment he spoke, a mighty pressure condensed and spread out from his voice, causing the wind and snow around him to seem to pause for a moment. It was enough to shake people out of their hiding places. The void behind him twisted and a blurry figure appeared. Before this figure was a purple arrow that whistled through the air toward Wang Lin. After this person appeared, he didn't hesitate to form a seal with both hands. A bow appeared before him, and it was as if two invisible hands had grabbed the bow. The bow was pulled back, and with a hum, an arrow shot out. This arrow and the purple arrow from before shot toward Wang Lin one after the other. Li family? Wang Lin was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat, so others couldn't see his appearance. He turned around, but he didn't raise his head. Instead, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. With that one finger, the incoming purple arrow instantly collapsed. Soon after, even the arrow behind the sword trembled and disappeared into thin air. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin didn't even retreat. He just turned around and casually pointed. The eyes of the person who shot the arrow widened and were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that the arrow he had shot with all his strength at the Golden Exalt level would be so easily blocked by Wang Lin. His hair stood on end, and terror filled his body. Without hesitation, he fell back, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he used the blood escape art. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a red blur that shot off into the distance. If Wang Lin chased after him, this person wouldn't be able to escape. However, Wang Lin stood there and watched the blood shadow leave without chasing after him. "I just entered the eastern part of the city, and I already attracted the attention of the Li family. It must be the Li Guangbao in my body that caused them to sense me. They must have sensed me and didn't know my identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 2 golden exalts to follow me. Wang Lin has no grudge against the Li family, so he didn't kill them. There won't be a next time," Wang Lin muttered, then turned around and left. However, those 4 words echoed like thunder in the mind of the fleeing blood-colored figure. That person coughed up another mouthful of blood, and his expression was one of shock. What is his cultivation level? Who is he? This matter needs to be reported to the Patriarch immediately. This person is definitely an Empyrean, and definitely not an ordinary one. Not good. Li Shan and I split up. I'll keep an eye on this person while Li Shan goes to capture this person's companion. The blood-colored figure's expression changed greatly. He had a feeling that the Li family's actions would lead to a disaster. Wang Lin was still wearing his straw rain cape and bamboo hat as he walked down the street. He had no destination. He just wanted to walk quietly by himself. Before he knew it, the area ahead was brightly lit, and the sound of music filled the air. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the brightly lit palace. He lowered his head and was about to leave when he suddenly looked up. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the brightly lit palace. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything. He saw a proud red-robed man on the third floor of the palace. This man's appearance and aura were very familiar to Wang Lin. There were a few guards behind the red-robed man. They were all third-step cultivators, and they seemed to be very respectful toward the red-robed man. I can only feel his existence at this distance. Someone left a seal on him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he revealed a happy smile. Su Ligua, Wang Lin shook his head. Just as he was about to enter the palace, he frowned and looked into the distance. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The Li Mansion is going a bit too far. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. The red-robed man in the palace threw his wine cup to the ground, pointed at the people in front of him, and shouted, "Is this wine? Don't try to fool your grandpa, Su. I know your family has thousands of years of good wine. Hurry up and hand it over, or else your grandpa, Su, will tear this place down." The red-robed man had a domineering and fierce expression, but he didn't know that someone was looking at him. That gaze might have confused him. Chapter 1972. On the long street in the eastern part of the city, a sea dragon that had shrunk to 100 feet let out a roar and charged into the distance. However, it didn't dare to fly too far. There was a terrifying pressure here, and if it flew too far, it would be fatal. As it sped along, the sea dragon's body was covered in wounds, especially its abdomen, where a black arrow had pierced halfway through. It gave off a power that could destroy its life force, causing the sea dragon to be shrouded in a black aura. On its back was an angry Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's expression was extremely wretched. If the sea dragon hadn't blocked that arrow for him, he would have died a long time ago. That arrow destroyed all of the sea dragon's spells and pierced its abdomen. That arrow is too powerful. Who wants to kill me? I only tricked 7 people in such a short time. Is there a need to do this? Lu Jinbiao was angry, but there was no fear. He turned around and roared, "Damn it! You dare to provoke me? My master won't let you off." There was a black figure behind the sea dragon that seemed to have fused with the night. It was impossible to tell if the figure was male or female, and it was impossible to tell if the figure was old or young. It was too fast, even faster than the sea dragon. As it chased, it had a bow in its hand. It raised its hand and shot an arrow. This time, when the arrow shot out, it was as if all the celestial chi in the area had suddenly gathered and fused into the arrow. Then it whistled through the air. Only about 10 breaths of time had passed since Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon escaped, and the person chasing them had shot a second arrow. This arrow contained a cold, killing intent, as if it wanted to kill the sea dragon and Lu Jinbiao, who was on it with a single arrow. Seeing the arrow closing in, Lu Jinbiao let out a roar, and his hands formed a seal to resist. The sea dragon under him hissed, and layers of water vapor surrounded it. The figure chasing them revealed a mocking smile. Once he shot his arrow, very few cultivators in the same realm as him could resist. This arrow would definitely kill the sea dragon and seriously injure the little cultivator on its back. If he could capture it alive and bring it back home, it would be a great merit. However, right at that moment, the ridiculing smile on that person's face suddenly disappeared. Replacing it was a pair of pupils that had shrunk with astonishment. Right before the sea dragon and Lu Jinbiao, a figure wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat suddenly appeared out of thin air. This figure appeared extremely abruptly, as if it had forcibly squeezed into their line of sight. Once he appeared, he did not attack. He only lifted his head and revealed his eyes under the bamboo hat. Golden light shone in his eyes, and the arrow charging at him crumbled and was destroyed. The mind of the person who had been hiding in the darkness instantly roared. He shuddered and revealed himself. His face was pale, and at the instant he met the person's gaze, he felt as if there were 10,000 swords charging towards him. There was nothing he could do to fight back. His mind reeled, and blood sprayed from his mouth as he tumbled backward, unconscious. A boom rang out as he slammed into the snow on the ground, kicking up a huge snowflake. Before he fainted, his entire body was filled with towering terror. The gaze of the other party caused him to feel a terror he had never felt before, a terror that even surpassed that of the current clan leader and patriarch. "Master, you're finally here. He wants to kill me. Even Hai Long is injured." When Lu Jinbiao saw Wang Lin, he immediately became excited. At that moment, Hai Long suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with ferocity as he stared at the motionless figure in the distance. Wang Lin lifted his right hand and swiped at Hai Long's head. Immediately, Hai Long's body trembled, and the black aura around his body swept out like a gust of wind. The arrow in his abdomen flew out, and the wound was visibly recovering. The black arrow that flew out was summoned by Wang Lin's right hand. He picked it up and looked at it for a moment before crushing it. It turned into dust that fused with the snow. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "The Li Mansion has gone too far." "Li Mansion? Master, do you know where he came from? Wasn't it because I lied and was exposed?" Lu Jinbiao's anger turned into grievance as he looked at Wang Lin with a pitiful gaze. Let's go to the Li Mansion." Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he arrived next to the motionless figure on the ground. Wang Lin didn't do anything, but the figure's body strangely floated up to reveal his face. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were closed, and his face was as pale as paper. He was completely unconscious. He gathered his divine sense and fused it with the top of the man's head. After obtaining the information he needed, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. Hai Long, Lu Jinbiao, and the unconscious man disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, they were deep in the eastern part of the city, outside a deathly, silent mansion. Wang Lin looked at the words Li Mansion above the mansion and slowly said, "Go knock on the door and tell the master to come see you." All right. Lu Jinbiao's spirits were lifted. He loved doing things like this. He rolled up his sleeves and quickly walked toward the tightly shut door of the Li Mansion. The moment he walked past the two stone lions with their eyes closed, they didn't move at all. They were like ordinary decorations in a mansion in the mortal world, and they allowed Lu Jinbiao to swagger his way to the gate. His current appearance was almost exactly the same as the person who had come here more than a year ago. Even his expression was very similar. In front of the door, Lu Jinbiao lifted his foot and kicked the door, leaving behind a footprint covered in snow. Then he let out a roar. "Hey, my master is here. Why aren't you coming out to receive the guest?" These words are only a few different from the words of the person who came here more than a year ago. If the red-robed young man who came here before knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. The only difference is that when Su Ligua kicked the door, it didn't move at all. But now, Lu Jinbiao's kick caused the door to let out a violent roar. It was kicked open and actually opened inward. This scene caused Lu Jinbiao to be stunned. He quickly retreated as if he was shocked. He thought to himself that his kick shouldn't have had the strength to do this. This door was too weak. Wang Lin looked at the open door with a calm expression. After a while, he shook his head and smiled. Since Master isn't coming out, then Wang will come out uninvited. As Wang Lin spoke, he waved his right hand. Immediately, the unconscious man floating beside him was thrown into the door. Then, Wang Lin calmly walked forward. The moment he walked past the two stone lions, they suddenly opened their eyes and let out a shocking roar at Wang Lin. This roar rumbled and spread in all directions. It spread to more than half of the eastern part of the city. It caused all the sounds and music in Dongchang Fan's vicinity to become silent. As the roar echoed, two huge shadows appeared on top of the two stone lions. These were two lions that were hundreds of feet tall. After they appeared in the air, they roared and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't raise his head to look. He still wore his straw raincoat and bamboo hat as he walked toward the open door. In an instant, the two lions had already closed in. However, when they were within 100 feet of Wang Lin, their roars turned into howls of pain. It was as if smoke had encountered a gust of wind and was instantly blown away by Wang Lin. Cracking sounds echoed. Cracks appeared on the two stone lions beside the gate, and they crumbled into pieces. Wang Lin continued to walk forward. Behind him, Lu Jinbiao sucked in a breath of cold air. But soon, his eyes lit up with excitement. The stronger Wang Lin was, the more he could act like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. No one would dare to bully him. When the sea dragon saw this, its eyes were filled with awe. Just as Wang Lin's right foot stepped through the door of the Li mansion, whistling sounds echoed in the sky. A large number of figures appeared from various places in the mansion. Their movements were the same. They all held bows in their left hands and pulled back their right hands to shoot arrows. Hundreds of arrows whistled through the air toward Wang Lin, who had just stepped through the door. Each arrow contained a powerful force. At this moment, hundreds of arrows gathered in front of Wang Lin and turned into a rain of arrows. At the same time, they formed the image of a formation. The moment the formation appeared, it emitted a boundless red light. A heaven-shaking killing intent erupted and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't stop. As he moved forward, he lifted his right hand and waved. A giant palm print appeared in front of Wang Lin. This palm print was extremely real, and the lines on it were extremely clear. The moment it appeared, it collided with the array of arrows. A thunderous roar echoed, and the array of arrows collapsed. However, the palm also dimmed. After Wang Lin stepped through the door and passed through the palm print dissipated. He actually condensed the power of a 6th-level Empyrean in an instant. Wang Lin's raincoat was like a day, and his bamboo hat was still on. He walked toward the mansion step by step. There were men and women among the hundreds of figures, but at this moment, all of them had looks of shock on their faces. They were filled with disbelief and fear. They were confident in Qi Li's arrow. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to defend against it, but this person in front of them had neutralized it with just a flick of his sleeve. As the hundreds of people of the Li mansion stared in shock and fear, 9 arrows shot out from 9 different locations. Each arrow exploded into hundreds of fragments that were no less powerful than the combined attack of the hundreds of people just now. The 9 arrows exploded at the same time. The power of the 9 arrows was comparable to the power of the first 9 arrows. It was like a rain of arrows that covered the sky and earth. It turned into a storm of arrows that swept through the area. It was like a giant hand that viciously grabbed at Wang Lin. If he was grabbed, he would be destroyed in body and soul. Wang Lin didn't stop walking. Instead, he lifted his head, extended his right hand, and pointed forward. As he pointed, everything in heaven and earth went still. The giant hand of arrows stopped right in front of Wang Lin. Even after Wang Lin walked past it, it remained motionless in midair. Lu Jinbiao gaped in shock at the sight of the rain of arrows. His scalp went numb, and he quickly dodged to the side, afraid that if he moved, he would get hurt. Chapter 1973. Wang Lin walked forward and slowly said, "The 9 arrows scattered and turned into countless arrows. Their power is comparable to the full power attack of an Empyrean Exalt that barely passed the 7th palace. The 9 of you should have the power of an Empyrean Exalt that passed the 4th palace." Wang Lin walked forward and slowly said, "No wonder the Li mansion has such a deep foundation. There are also the 3 of you. 1 10th Palace Ascendant Empyrean and 2 7th Palace Empyrean Exalts. If you work together, you can reach the peak of the 10th Palace. However, Wang hasn't killed anyone along the way, so I won't hold back when the 3 of you shoot." Wang Lin looked at the hundreds of people from the Li mansion. His gaze swept by and paused at 3 locations. As his words echoed, 3 old men appeared in those 3 locations. The old man before Wang Lin was the person with the title of Ascendant Empyrean. This person's hair was half black and half white. He stared at Wang Lin with shock and hesitation in his eyes. He seemed to have guessed Wang Lin's identity, but wasn't sure. I don't want to be enemies with your Li Mansion. After all, Li Guang's relic has helped me a lot. Wang Lin was talking about the Li Guang bow that had helped Wang Lin avoid danger time and time again in the cave world. So you, who still haven't shown yourself, still won't come out. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. Outsiders couldn't see his appearance. They could only see the monstrous, golden light in his eyes. This golden light contained a shocking pressure. This pressure was even stronger than Dongcheng's celestial pressure. Everyone who saw this, whether they were ascendant Empyreans or ordinary family members, felt their hearts tremble. When the pressure reached a limit, it turned into suppression. At this moment, the golden light in Wang Lin's eyes was suppression. He was using the power of the celestial sword to suppress everything in the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As Wang Lin's suppressive, golden gaze spread out, and the bows in the hands of the hundreds of Li family members collapsed into countless fragments. Even the bows in the hands of the 9 Empyrean exalts trembled and split into several pieces. It was as if they couldn't withstand Wang Lin's gaze. Aside from the ascendant Empyrean old man, a large amount of cracks appeared on the bows in the other two's hands, and they also broke. Only the ascendant Empyrean's bow didn't break, but the bowstring collapsed into dust. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but under the pressure of Wang Lin's roaring gaze, no one in the Li Mansion dared to look at him. They all subconsciously moved to the side, revealing the calm stone room in the distance. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet and no one exclaimed. However, the cultivators with broken bows all gasped, and their gazes toward Wang Lin were filled with endless fear. In particular, the Empyrean exalts seemed to have vaguely guessed Wang Lin's identity, and their expressions changed. White-haired ascendant Empyrean. An old voice came from the stone room after a long time. Shortly after, the door to the stone room was pushed open and a white-haired old man walked out. This old man wore a golden robe and gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. Although he was bitter, he didn't avoid Wang Lin's golden gaze. Wang Lin raised his right hand and took off his hat, revealing his white hair. He calmly looked at the old man. When the surrounding people saw Wang Lin take off his hat, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Lin. During this year of time, the rumor of Wang Lin, the white-haired ascendant Empyrean, had spread across the immortal astral continent. It was like a storm in the ancestral city, and everyone who should know had heard of it. In particular, the Li Mansion was one of the 4 kings of the ancestral city. Almost everyone in the Li Mansion remembered the name Wang Lin. They didn't expect to personally see the legendary strongest ascendant Empyrean, the number 1 person under Grand Empyreans. What made them feel lingering fear was that they had actually attacked to kill this person. Give me an explanation, Wang Lin calmly said as he looked at the old man that walked out. This old man was also an ascendant Empyrean, and Wang Lin estimated that he was one of Shi San's people who had passed the 11th palace, but stopped at the 12th palace. Just the Li Mansion has 2 ascendant Empyreans and 11 Empyreans. There are 3 more kings like this in the ancestral city. Wang Lin had an idea about the kings of the ancestral city through the Li family. Earlier, the old ancestor's bow rack let out a buzzing sound. This meant that the old ancestor's bow was nearby. Back then, the old ancestor's bow was passed down to Li Guang, and after he disappeared, there was no news of the bow. After noticing the buzzing sound, the old man sent 2 golden exalts. Their behavior was a bit extreme, and I hope the white-haired ascendant Empyrean won't blame them. After all, the old ancestor's bow is very important to my Li family. Although the old man resisted looking into Wang Lin's eyes, he could vaguely feel that the pressure from Wang Lin's golden eyes was becoming stronger and stronger. Wang Lin didn't speak and just looked at the old man. There's no lack of fame. Sure enough, this Wang Lin is known as the number 1 person under Grand Empyreans. I didn't see him at the time because I thought there were many rumors and that he had the help of his soul armor. I didn't expect to feel so much pressure just from his gaze. The Li family ancestor silently pondered for a moment after being stared at by Wang Lin. In the end, my Li mansion was reckless first. Since the white-haired ascendant Empyrean has come to the imperial city, I presume you are here to receive a title. How about you rest at Miley Mansion? Let the people of Miley Mansion accompany you to the imperial city and escort you. Also, since you have the old ancestor's bow, and the bow is also helpful to you, then you're not an outsider. Miley Mansion has an arrow pavilion, and there's a scroll left behind by the old ancestor. Ascendant Empyrean can look through it at will. This will make up for our recklessness. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean, what do you think? The old man clasped his hands and bowed at Wang Lin. He had lowered himself very much, but the members of the Li Mansion didn't feel humiliated at all. In fact, they felt like this was how it should be. After all, they were facing the number one person under Grand Empyreans. Such a person could be fought for by a Grand Empyrean. Even though their Li Mansion was one of the 4 kings of the ancestral city and was more powerful than most sects, they were still fragile before Wang Lin. If they injured Wang Lin, a Grand Empyrean would come forward. If Wang Lin killed them, it was likely the matter would be left unsettled. This was the difference between the strong and the weak on the Celestial clan. Although Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao rarely left the imperial palace, every time he went out, everyone would bow to him. Even the 4 kings were extremely respectful before Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. After all, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was the future 6th son. Now Wang Lin was suppressing Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. If the Li Mansion had known that the bow was with Wang Lin, they would have pretended not to know and would never have dared to ask for it. Arrow Pavilion? Wang Lin's expression changed. He expected the Li Mansion to be so respectful. At a glance, he could see that aside from the old man's fear of him, the old man also hid his desire for the ancestor's bow. The old man couldn't steal it, so he had to be respectful in hopes that Wang Lin would return the bow. This bow, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and there was a flash of light. The Li Guang bow appeared in Wang Lin's hand and gave off an ancient aura. The moment the bow appeared, there was a flash of excitement in the old man's eyes. He had seen this bow in Li Guang's hand before, but now it was in the hands of an outsider. The surrounding Li family members all silently pondered as they looked at the bow. Some of them had seen it before, while others had never seen it before. Wang Lin slowly said, "I still have some use for this bow. Once I'm done with everything, I'll return it." He waved his right hand, and the bow disappeared into his body. The old man from the Li family sighed, but he wasn't disappointed. After all, Wang Lin had already made a promise, and with his status, there was no need for him to do this. It was clear that Wang Lin wanted to return the bow, so he could just pretend that Wang Lin had borrowed it. Most importantly, this bow was found by Wang Lin, so how could he return it just because it belonged to him countless years ago? He knew that if he was in Wang Lin's position, he wouldn't even make such a promise. Wang Lin didn't refuse to stay in the Li Mansion. Now that he knew that Su Ligua was in the ancestral city, Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to restore his memories. He stayed in the Li Mansion and studied the Li family's archery skills in the Arrow Pavilion. Lu Jinbiao was very happy. With Wang Lin as his master, he was treated like an honored guest in the Li family, so he was very happy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as the wind and snow continued to fall, a large amount of ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above the Li Mansion. As the ripples spread out, waves of pressure appeared. This pressure shrouded the Li Mansion, causing the people of the mansion to walk out and look at the sky. There was a flash of golden light in the sky, and a person walked out. He was wearing a green robe and had a slightly arrogant expression. He held a scroll in his hand and looked down at the people of the Li Mansion. "Where's Wang Lin? Why aren't you coming to receive the edict?" "Read it." Wang Lin's cold voice came from the deep part of the Li Mansion. "You?" The green-robed person in the sky was startled. He was here to deliver the edict of the Celestial Emperor, which was the same as the Celestial Emperor personally coming. However, This Wang Lin didn't even show his face. After hesitating for a bit, the green-robed person let out a cold snort in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He opened the scroll in his hand and began to read it. Wang Lin didn't listen to the specific content. He only heard that the Celestial Emperor's edict told him that in 7 days, there would be a title ceremony before the Celestial Tao Temple. Wang Lin had heard in the Purple Yang sect that every Ascendant Empyrean would be personally titled by the Celestial Emperor. This was both a formality and a symbol. There would be a challenge during the title ceremony. In the past, this was mostly ignored. After all, Ascendant Empyreans were recognized by the Celestial Ancestor's avatar, so very few people would look for trouble. After the green-robed person finished reading the edict, he still didn't see Wang Lin come out. He became even more dissatisfied and directly left behind the edict before leaving. I wonder what Lin Daozhen will do at this title ceremony. I should be able to see the madman there. Wang Lin silently pondered. His divine sense scanned the eastern part of the city, but didn't find Lin Daofei. Do you still have recommendation votes? Chapter 1974. At the center of the ancestral city, the Celestial Imperial Palace. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight spread out from the horizon and pushed away the darkness, the palace became brighter at a rate visible to the naked eye. The famous celestial cultivators from the ancestral city and the important officials of the imperial city all arrived before the palace. The title of white-haired Ascendant Empyrean had set off a storm in the ancestral city during these past 7 days. Almost everyone in the ancestral city who was qualified to know the title white-haired Ascendant Empyrean knew about it. Due to the various rumors, this title had become famous. Today was the day of the title ceremony. After obtaining the permission of the Celestial Emperor, all the cultivators of the ancestral city arrived at the extremely large square before the Celestial Tao Temple. At this moment, the sun shined down on the square, revealing a large amount of cultivators. At a glance, there were no less than tens of thousands of people. Most of them had extraordinary cultivation levels, and there were even Empyrean exalts among them. There were even a few Ascendant Empyreans. However, this kind of cultivator, even in the Imperial Palace, was still respected by the people around him. On this morning, the teleportation formation leading from the ancestral city to the Imperial Palace was the most frequently used one day. The light from the teleportation formation didn't seem to stop as more and more cultivators came out to watch the ceremony. These cultivators bypassed the 9 gates and quickly headed toward the square before the Celestial Tao Temple. More and more cultivators gathered on the square before the Celestial Tao Temple, but they weren't scattered. They stood in a certain order. There were 3 spots where no one stepped within 1,000 feet of them. The cultivators in these 3 spots were 3 of the 4 kings of the ancestral city. In the square in front of the Immortal Tao Palace, apart from the tens of thousands of cultivators and the people who were arriving one after another, there were also 2 groups of black-armored forbidden soldiers. These black-armored imperial soldiers belonged to the imperial clan and were only loyal to the Immortal Emperor. Every black-armored imperial soldier possessed a certain level of cultivation. There were only 100,000 of them, but they had mastered a terrifying killing power that was created by sacrificing their lives. Very few people knew the specifics. However, at the center of the square, there were 2 straight rows of black-armored soldiers that looked like black dragons. They emitted a monstrous, baleful aura and coldness. These 2 long lines seemed to have cut open the plaza, directly extending beyond the 9 gates. Outside the square in front of the Immortal Tao Temple were 9 doors, each separated by 30,000 meters. Although they were called doors, they were actually 9 enormous gate-shaped structures. They were pitch black and emanated an air of majesty and desolation. At the very end of the 9 doors was a flickering teleportation light, and the members of the Li clan appeared. They walked around the 9 doors and headed toward the square, expressions of respect on their faces. The time has come. Seal the 9 gates. Not long after, An azure-robed figure walked out from the celestial Tao Palace. It was an old man with an ordinary appearance, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. He slowly walked out of the palace, looked around, and slowly spoke. As his words echoed, the tens of thousands of cultivators from the ancestral city all calmed down and looked at the 9 gates. A shocking roar came from the 100,000 black-armored, forbidden soldiers. When their roars connected together, it was like the roar of the earth, causing the weather to change. The wind and moon in the morning tumbled backwards, and the 9 gates immediately gave off a strange black light. When the black light reached a certain density, it spread out, causing the light from the 9 gates to connect. In the square before the celestial Tao Temple, the black light from the 9 gates formed a straight path. This passage was formed by the black light and the bodies of 100,000 black-armored soldiers. It was shocking. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides of the square seemed to have stopped breathing. While they looked at the 9 black doors, they also looked at the transfer light that appeared outside the first gate. As the transfer light flashed, a white-robed young man with a head of white hair calmly walked out. As he stood there, Wang Lin had his hands behind his back. There was wind here, and the early morning wind caused his robe and white hair to flutter. He gave off an elegant feeling, as if he was being blown away by the wind. Wang Lin looked very young in the wind, but the passage of time had turned into a fishtail. Even though his face remained that of a young man, the fishtail slowly appeared due to the fatigue in his heart and the lack of regret in his footsteps. His gaze passed through the black passage formed by the 9 gates, and saw the tens of thousands of people in the distance. Behind them was a majestic palace that seemed to descend from the heavens. Behind the palace, Wang Lin could vaguely see countless palaces like this. They formed the imperial palace of the Celestial Emperor on the Celestial Clan. This imperial palace was too big, and Wang Lin couldn't see the end of it. However, he could see that there was an unimaginable restriction here. This restriction hadn't been activated yet, but once it was activated, its power would be heaven-shaking. Is this the Celestial Clan's imperial palace? Wang Lin's gaze focused on the palace in the distance. There was a stone statue that was a bit blurry because it was too far away. This stone statue stood far away and seemed to be eternally looking at the sky. White-haired ascendant Empyrean Wang Lin. A cold voice filled with majesty echoed like thunder from the celestial Tao Temple. It interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts and caused Wang Lin to frown. The person who spoke was the green-robed old man who had walked out of the celestial Tao Temple. His gaze passed through the 9 gates and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Wang Lin, every ascendant Empyrean, must receive a title from the Celestial Emperor. However, before the title is conferred, you must pass a test. This test is the 9 gates. Once you pass through the 9 gates and stand before me, the title ceremony will officially begin. At that time, the Celestial Emperor will personally confer the title upon you, and the Imperial Teacher can help you divinate the future. Everything you do before the Celestial Tao Temple will be reflected by the formation in the palace. It will appear in all the sects in the 72 continents at the same time. The green-robed old man's words were calm. Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and no longer looked. However, everyone in the square, including the 4 kings, looked at Wang Lin at the same time. Wang Lin stood there. Before he came here, the Li family's ascendant Empyrean had told him about the title ceremony. Every ascendant Empyrean would indeed go through the 9 gates before being conferred a title. However, this was only a symbol. After all, ascendant Empyreans were tested by the celestial ancestor's shadow and had to pass through all 10 palaces. The 9 gates were just a way to show the imperial power. In truth, there were no obstacles inside, and one only needed to walk through. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 9 gates and saw the 2 rows of black-armored cultivators. Their faces were hidden behind their black armor, and only their indifferent eyes were staring at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all when the 100,000 black-armored cultivators stared at him. He had his own principles. If the 9 gates were normal, it wouldn't matter, But if there were other dangers inside, then Wang Lin wouldn't be polite. Wang Lin calmly walked toward the first gate. His steps weren't fast, and he gradually closed in on the gate. The moment he stepped through the first gate and into the black passage, the 100,000 black-armored cultivators let out roars once more. As these roars echoed, a monstrous killing intent spread out from the 100,000 cultivators. It condensed into an indescribable pressure that landed on Wang Lin's body. This killing intent was formed by the 100,000 cultivators' killing intent and was greatly related to their armor. At this moment, it was as if what stood before Wang Lin wasn't the 9 gates, but a heavenly killing celestial. Wang Lin frowned. The 9 gates aren't testing cultivation, but killing intent. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to be polite. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly closed them. However, when he reopened them, his Thunder Essence true body gave off the power of Slaughter Thunder. This force only existed within 100 feet of Wang Lin, but when it spread out, a thunderous rumble came from the 9 doors. The black passage around Wang Lin was pushed back 100 feet by the killing intent from Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued forward. However, with every step he took, the killing intent that covered 100 feet moved forward. The black light from the 9 gates continued to be pushed back. Even the black-armored soldiers were filled with shock and involuntarily retreated. It was as if there was a shocking aura coming from Wang Lin. This aura contained a killing intent that could subdue people without even fighting. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. As Wang Lin moved forward, he moved 100,000 feet. There was no longer the black light behind him, only the calm stone door. Before him, the black passage formed by the remaining 8 gates was becoming murky as it was being pushed back by Wang Lin. Roar! The black-armored soldiers that had been pushed back 100,000 feet let out a third roar. As they roared, the black light that formed the 8 gates spread out and turned into a black tiger. It appeared in front of Wang Lin and pounced at Wang Lin. All of you stand down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the totem of the heavenly bull on his face spread across his entire body. He raised his right hand and threw a punch. The soul armor disappeared from his body. As the fist descended, rumbling filled heaven and earth. The illusory tiger collapsed, and the black passageway, formed by the 8 gates, shattered into pieces. The black light was destroyed, and the 100,000 black-armored cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They were sent tumbling backward, but none of them were killed. Wang Lin's pupils shrank imperceptibly. After looking at their armor, he stepped forward, passing through the 100,000 cultivators and the remaining 8 gates. When his foot landed, he was standing in front of the celestial Tao Temple. His eyes widened, and the green-robed old man retreated in terror. You stand down, Wang. Wang Lin looked coldly at the green-robed old man. Chapter 1975. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with panic, and he retreated a few steps before everyone. His face was blue, and his heart was filled with anger. He was sure that Wang Lin wouldn't dare to attack here. After retreating 3 steps, the green-robed old man pointed at Wang Lin and shouted. Just as the green-robed old man spoke, Wang Lin arrived before him. Wang Lin grabbed the green-robed old man's clothes and threw him out. The green-robed old man let out a cry, as if he had been slapped by an invisible palm. He was knocked back hundreds of thousands of feet. Wang Lin greets the Celestial Emperor. Before the Celestial Tao Temple, Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed. After all, this was the Imperial Palace, and the Celestial Emperor was a Grand Empyrean, so he had to show some respect. The gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on Wang Lin. There were also tens of thousands of black armor soldiers. They all silently stared at Wang Lin. Among the cultivators, aside from the Li Mansion, the other 3 looked at Wang Lin with different gazes. In particular, the 3 family heads looked at Wang Lin with complicated and helpless gazes. After Wang Lin clasped his hands, the surroundings were completely silent. After a long time, a calm voice came from the celestial Tao temple. You pushed away my title-conferring official. How are we supposed to proceed with the title ceremony? As he spoke, the closed door of the celestial Tao temple silently opened, revealing the interior of the celestial Tao temple. In the depths of the temple, there was a staircase with a giant dragon throne on it. The dragon throne looked like it was formed by a real dragon, and its head was raised in the air. Its eyes were filled with vigor as it looked at Wang Lin, who was standing outside the temple. A middle-aged man wearing a crown and a royal robe sat on the dragon throne. The man supported his chin with one hand, and his body was slightly tilted. He looked dignified without being angry. Beside this man stood a young man wearing a coarse robe. This young man had fair skin and a pair of slender eyes. He held 2 purple beads in his hand, and he kept spinning them in his palm. There was a smile on his face, and his gaze was gentle as he looked at Wang Lin. But that one glance caused the blood in Wang Lin's body to stop flowing. It was as if that one glance caused him to fall into a trance, as if he were seeing a lifetime of memories flash by in the blink of an eye. His mind shook, but he quickly recovered. His pupils constricted as he looked at the young man in the coarse robe. A hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes as he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Imperial Advisor, Shang Xiandao. This name appeared in Wang Lin's mind the moment he met the young man's gaze. Although he had never met this person before, to be able to make him feel like he had entered reincarnation, it was likely the Imperial Advisor. As for the Celestial Emperor sitting on the dragon throne, he looked exactly the same as the one Wang Lin saw in the Empyrean trial. However, he was even more majestic and powerful than before. It was as if the world was a part of him as he sat there. Everything in the world had to kneel before his gaze. The Celestial Emperor slowly said, "Forget it. You are the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, and that slave was disrespectful to you. I will make it difficult for you. Xiandao, go preside over the title ceremony." Yes. The young man in the coarse robe bowed slightly and walked toward the door. It really is him. Wang Lin's expression became serious. When he passed by Wang Lin, the young man in the coarse robe smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Then he looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators outside the square. I'll preside over the title ceremony. Next, we'll use the blood sacrifice to open the celestial Tao. As the Imperial Advisor spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. With this, a ray of red light flew into the sky. At the same time, earth-shattering roars came from 99 corners of the palace. These roars were like the screams of fierce beasts before they died. Shortly after, 99 pillars of blood shot into the sky from the palace. From where Wang Lin stood, he could clearly see that there were 99 different beast souls inside the 99 pillars of blood. Blood sacrifice to the Celestials, killing 99 beasts and using their blood to open the ethereal Tao. Wang Lin calmly watched all of this. The 99 pillars of blood rushed into the sky, causing the entire sky to turn blood red. It was as if a door to a mysterious world had been opened. Outside the door was a void, and it was impossible to tell where it was. The beast souls within the blood pillars let out soundless roars as they shot into the void and disappeared. The entire imperial palace was deathly silent. At that instant, this place was not the only place that fell into dead silence. All the progenitors of the sects and clans in the land of the immortals who saw this through the rune in the palace stared at the sky above the palace. In addition to breaking through the 9 doors and accepting challenges, there's another ceremony in the title ceremony, which is to open the celestial Tao. A blood sacrifice is used to attract foreign spirits. There are strong and weak foreign spirits, and the Celestial Emperor will kill them. Their blood will spill over the earth, and their souls will be refined into treasures for the person to be titled. Wang Lin was very clear about the title ceremony, so he was not surprised. He looked up at the sky. I wonder what kind of foreign spirit this white-haired Ascendant Empyrean will attract. Back then, During the blood sacrifice, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao attracted a sword-shaped spirit. The Celestial Emperor killed it and turned it into a sword. Rumor has it that this sword is extremely powerful. This all depends on luck. I wonder how this Wang Lin's luck is. The surrounding cultivators all looked up with bright eyes and began to speculate in their hearts. In the blood-colored sky, at this moment, within the pitch-black void within the huge vortex, a ferocious beast that looked like a lion flashed out. This lion-like ferocious beast's eyes were bloodshot, and its neck was a bloody mess. As it roared, golden blood dripped down from its neck. It seemed to be fleeing in the nothingness that led to some unknown place, but it was sucked in by the vortex that suddenly appeared, causing its body to be forcefully pulled over and suddenly appear in the vortex. Its appearance immediately caused the tens of thousands of cultivators below to exclaim, "Heavenly Lion Beast! This is the Heavenly Lion Beast left behind by the Celestial Ancestor." Rumor has it that the Heavenly Lion continent was formed by a Heavenly Lion Beast Emperor. This beast doesn't have any golden fur on its head, so it's not a beast emperor. However, it looks like an adult war lion. As the exclamations echoed, the imperial teacher Shang Xiandao remained calm. It was as if he had already expected this Heavenly Lion Beast to appear. The seal left by the Celestial Ancestor can't allow foreign spirits that are too powerful to enter. If this Heavenly Lion Beast wasn't injured, it would be difficult for it to appear. This Wang Lin's luck is pretty good. As the imperial teacher pondered, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky. This roar shocked the mind and was enough to make mortals collapse. Even cultivators with low cultivation levels would tremble as if they had encountered their natural enemy. It was the Heavenly Lion too. The Heavenly Lion Beast, with its neck injured, charged out of the vortex and appeared on the celestial continent. Its eyes were filled with confusion. It was clear that it was unfamiliar with this place. However, that confusion instantly disappeared and was replaced with terror. It quickly retreated as if it wanted to escape from the vortex. But just at this moment, the Celestial Emperor's cold voice entered Wang Lin's ears. "Heavenly Lion Beast." At the same time this voice appeared, the Celestial Emperor on the dragon throne of the Celestial Dao Palace raised his other hand and waved it out. With that, a five-colored tongue of flame magically appeared, shooting out of the main hall toward the Heavenly Lion, carrying with it a monstrous wave of heat. In the blink of an eye, under Wang Lin's gaze, the five-colored flame turned into a five-colored sea of fire that surrounded the injured Heavenly Lion Beast. Miserable screams echoed across the world, followed by a violent rumble. A large amount of hot, oily blood exploded from the sky and scattered across the entire palace. All the surrounding cultivators saw this and were shaken. It was unknown who was the first to kneel, but in the blink of an eye, all the cultivators knelt toward the Celestial Dao Palace. Celestial Emperor's Might. Celestial Emperor's Might. The voices formed by the tens of thousands of people were like thunder that echoed in the palace. The power of the Celestial Emperor was displayed to the cultivators of the Celestial Clan in this way. Wang Lin silently pondered. He could also kill the injured Heavenly Lion Beast, but he couldn't do it as casually as the Celestial Emperor. He would need to use the soul armor and even use some of his avatar's power. Grand Empyrean, Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't reveal any of his thoughts. At this moment, the sea of fire in the sky dissipated, revealing a strand of white hair. The appearance of this white hair caused Imperial Teacher Shang Xuandao's eyes to narrow. Not only him, but the Celestial Emperor on the dragon throne also raised his head and stared at the white hair. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. White hair that even my extreme fire Dao can't burn. This thing, Wang Lin stood there, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The white hair gave him a very familiar feeling, but this feeling only flashed by like it was an illusion. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he charged into the sky. There is also the Celestial Emperor inside the Celestial Dao Palace. His right hand reached toward the void, and a giant five-colored flame hand appeared out of thin air. It reached toward the white hair. With Wang Lin's speed, he couldn't compare to the Celestial Emperor. However, the five-colored flame hand appeared next to the white hair and grabbed it. However, just at this moment, the five-colored flame hand trembled and was penetrated by the hair. This scene was seen by everyone. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to appear next to the hair and grab it. "Thank you, Celestial Emperor, for giving me this treasure." Wang Lin turned toward the Celestial Dao Palace and bowed. Chapter 1976. This strand of hair fell into Wang Lin's hand, and a familiar feeling made Wang Lin feel even more distinct. He didn't know why, but this strand of hair felt like a part of his body. This strand of hair didn't cause him any harm. It was like an ordinary strand of hair, with both ends hanging down. It looked like it would float again when the wind blew by. After a few breaths of silence, the Celestial Emperor's voice came from the Celestial Dao Temple. "I'm not the one giving this to you, but since you want it, I'll give it to you." Wang Lin's words of thanks played a key role. After all, this was his title ceremony, and everyone was watching. The entire Celestial clan was witnessing it. In addition, the Heaven Lion Beast had been summoned during his title ceremony, so even if Wang Lin took the white hair, no one could say anything. The Imperial teacher, Shang Xiandao, looked meaningfully at Wang Lin and slowly said, "The blood sacrifice is over, and the last step of the title ceremony is here." The blood sacrifice is over, and the last step of the title ceremony is here. Wang Lin, everyone here can challenge you, but only 3 times. After 3 times, the Celestial Emperor will confer the title upon you. The moment the Imperial teacher finished speaking, the ancestors of the 4 mansions, aside from Li Mansion, suddenly raised their heads. These 3 ancestors were all old men, and they were all ascendant Empyreans. One of them was wearing a red robe. He flew into the air and clasped his hands 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. "The old man wishes to be the first challenger. I hope the white-haired ascendant Empyrean can enlighten me." The old man's eyes revealed a ghostly light as he looked at Wang Lin. Without waiting for Wang Lin to answer, he sat down in the air and raised his right hand. The veins on his body swelled, and strands of black gas spread out from his body to form a giant, black shadow. This black shadow seemed to be wearing black armor. Its face was blurry and its eyes were closed, but its appearance caused the sky to change colors and the clouds to scatter. "Wang Lin, enlighten me." The old man let out a roar and bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. His blood was like a mist that fell into the black shadow. The black shadow was stimulated by the blood and opened its eyes, which were completely red. The black shadow let out a muffled roar and raised its right hand. A black lance appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't know who this person was, but from the cultivators around him, he could vaguely guess that this person was from one of the 4 kings. The black shadow was filled with powerful force, and as it closed in, it howled as if it was going to split the sky. Wang Lin didn't retreat. The heavenly bull soul armor covered his body, and he threw a punch. This punch landed just as the black shadow's lance arrived. When they collided, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he slowly withdrew his right hand. However, the black shadow before him suddenly collapsed and was pushed back into pieces. The old man sitting in the air immediately turned pale, but he clenched his teeth and hit his forehead. With his slap, he sacrificed his lifespan and life force. Even denser black smoke spread out from his body. With every wisp of black smoke, the old man's face aged rapidly, as if he had just climbed out of a grave. This powerful black gas not only caused the black shadow to recover, but it also became corporeal. A warhorse also formed under it. The warhorse neighed and charged at Wang Lin with the black shadow on its back. Wang Lin's expression became serious under the soul armor. As the black shadow closed in, he placed his hands above his head and bent back slightly as if he was going to ram into it. Heavenly Bull ram. With this ram, a giant heavenly bull shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. The heavenly bull let out a roar and used its two giant horns to ram into the black shadow. Rumble, 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 rumble. The black shadow and the warhorse collapsed at the same time, as if they couldn't withstand the force of the collision. This allowed the heavenly bull shadow to pierce through the black gas and charge at Imperial teacher Shang Xiandao, who was outside the celestial Dao Temple. All of this seemed like a coincidence. As the heavenly bull charged forward, Imperial teacher Shang Xuandao's expression remained the same. He only raised his right hand as if he was calculating something and pointed forward. His finger collided with the heavenly bull shadow, and the heavenly bull shadow trembled. Nothingness is a type of grand Tao. Because it exists, when it is lost, it is called nothingness. Imperial teacher Shang Xiandao said slowly, and the heavenly bull shadow before him disappeared. Because it exists, when it disappears, it is called nothingness. This scene was exactly the same as what he had just said. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. At that moment, he felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from the Imperial teacher. This fluctuation belonged to the Imperial teacher's comprehension of Tao, and it was at an extremely deep level. The heavenly bull disappeared, and the old man's shadow also disappeared. He sat in the air with a pale face, and he looked much older. He bitterly stood up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He didn't continue to speak and returned to his family. The second choice. The Imperial teacher, who was standing in front of the celestial Dao Temple, faintly smiled and slowly spoke. However, just as he spoke to this point, he frowned. Not only him, but Wang Lin also looked into the distance. Some of the cultivators below immediately looked over, and they all frowned. If y'all have guts. Such a lively event, and you didn't even invite this king. Do you still have this king in your eyes? Little red, little green, little white, little blue, open a path for this king. In the distance, a group of people walked out of the 9 gates of the Imperial Palace with a flash of light from the teleportation array. The person leading the group was a young man wearing a flowery robe and holding a fan in his hand. His face was filled with anger as he quickly fanned himself, causing his hair to flutter. Beside him, Su Ligua's face was pale, and even his legs were trembling. There was also the young man in green. His face was also pale and filled with fear. He grabbed the young man in the flowery robe and said in a pleading tone, Your Highness, this is the Imperial Palace. Who cares about the Imperial Palace? I'm the king, you servant. Open a path for me. The young man in the flowery robe was very dissatisfied. He grabbed the young man in the flowery robe and pushed him forward. Little Red, bring out the prestige you showed when you went to the Li Mansion. Don't ruin this king's reputation. Otherwise, this king will teach you a lesson when we get back. The young man in the flowery robe kicked Su Ligua's butt. Su Ligua trembled as he was stared at by the tens of thousands of cultivators on the square. He clenched his teeth and quickly walked forward as if he was going all out. However, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood and held his but where he was kicked. After twitching a few times, he stopped moving. Dead? The young man in the flowery robe was startled. He looked down at his feet and revealed a puzzled expression. Wang Lin stood in the air and silently looked at the young man in the flowery robe. The young man's appearance had changed, but Wang Lin could tell at a glance that he was the madman. The young man in the flowery robe waved his fan and circled Su Ligua's motionless body a few times before kicking him a few times. Pretending to be dead? You dare to pretend to be dead in front of this king? Let me tell you, this king has met someone who pretended to be dead before. Who was it? He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember who it was. He forgot about Su Ligua on the ground and swaggered forward with an arrogant expression. All the cultivators who saw him frowned and bitterly smiled as they quickly retreated. Greetings, king. Greetings, king. Along the way, these voices continued. The young man in the flowery robe was extraordinary, and he was still muttering as he walked. Why are there so many people today? Could it be that my big brother is choosing a concubine? Old man Luo, what happened to you? You seem to have aged a lot, and you look withered. The young man in the flowery robe stopped in front of the old man who had attacked Wang Lin. His eyes widened, and he immediately roared. Who dares to bully my little flower's grandfather? Damn it, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Old man Luo, tell me, who beat you like this? Tell me. The young man in the flowery robe rolled up his sleeves and waved his fan as he roared. Is it him? It must be him. I've long since found this guy an eyesore. He's clearly old, but he likes to act so young. It must be you. I'll strangle you to death. The young man in the flowery robe pointed at the frowning imperial teacher and ran a few steps as if he was going to strangle him to death. Just as he was about to rush over, he saw the green-robed young man, who had been following closely, grab the young man's leg. King, he is the imperial teacher. King, let's go back. The young man was so scared that his face was pale. No matter how hard the young man in the flowery robe shook his leg, he wouldn't let go. He bullied little Flower's grandfather. How can I let him go? You don't want to let go, right? Fine, I'll take you with me. The young man in the flowery robe waved his fan again and dragged the young man. He revealed a fierce expression as if he was going to strangle the imperial teacher no matter what. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the madman below with a complicated expression. He had come to the ancestral city to see if this old friend of his could still recognize him. He watched the young man continue to fan and drag the young man toward the celestial Dao temple. In the distance, Su Ligua fell to the ground, but he quickly opened his eyes. He looked at the young man in the flowery robe and closed them without hesitation. Dao Fei. Just as the young man in the flowery robe dragged the green-robed young man toward the imperial teacher, the celestial emperor's helpless voice came from the celestial Dao temple. What are you doing? You didn't tell me I was choosing a concubine. You're too much. The young man in the flowery robe looked viciously at the celestial emperor on the dragon throne. Dao Fei, stop messing around. Today is your benefactor's title ceremony. Why aren't you greeting your benefactor? The celestial emperor's words echoed, and a gentle force spread out to push the madman back a few hundred feet from the imperial teacher. Benefactor? The young man in the flowery robe was startled. The second update arrived. Chapter 1977. Benefactor, it's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time. It's really you. The young man in the flower shirt turned around and looked at the crowd below. Then he looked at Wang Lin in the air. Where are you? Brother, who is my benefactor? Wang Lin silently looked at the madman in front of him. He could clearly see that the madman had no memory of him. With a sigh, Wang Lin slowly descended and stood in front of the madman. Madman, Wang Lin said softly. Madman? You're the madman. You dare to scold this king? Let me tell you, this king is very powerful. The young man in the flower shirt glared at Wang Lin and roared. Don't tell me you're my benefactor. The madman rubbed his eyes and circled around Wang Lin a few times. The young man in green was no longer hugging him. Instead, he stood up and carefully waited on the madman. The young man in the flower shirt pointed at the frowning imperial preceptor in the distance and roared at Wang Lin. Okay, I'll consider you my benefactor. Now that you've seen my benefactor, let me ask you, who beat up my little flower's grandfather like that? Was it him? Dao Fei, if you continue to cause trouble, I'll lock you up again. This is the title ceremony, and Luo Gong's failure in challenging your benefactor has nothing to do with the imperial preceptor. Step down. The celestial emperor's angry voice came from the celestial Dao palace. The young man in the flower shirt was startled and couldn't figure out what was going on. He blinked and grabbed the young man in green behind him. Help me sort this out. I'm a bit confused. If Little Flower's grandfather wasn't beaten up by the imperial preceptor, then who did it? He challenged my benefactor? I'm a bit confused. Quickly analyze it. The young man in green had a bitter expression as he looked at Wang Lin. Then he looked at the old man from the Luo family, and then at Wang Lin. However, The moment his eyes met Wang Lin's, Su Ligua's body trembled. This trembling came from the depths of his soul. He stared at Wang Lin in a daze, as if he was in a dream. It was as if he had seen this person somewhere before and was so familiar. Fiend! Lord! Su Ligua subconsciously muttered as if some memory was about to awaken, but at this moment, the young man in the flower shirt grabbed his shoulder and shook him. This shake caused Su Ligua to suddenly wake up. His face was pale as he pointed at Wang Lin and retreated. It's him, my king. It's him who injured Little Flower's grandfather. Oh, so it's you. The young man in the flower shirt roared and stopped fanning himself. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Lin's neck with a vicious expression. I'm going to strangle you to death, strangle you to death. Wang Lin closed his eyes to hide the sadness in them. The madman didn't have any memories of the cave world. Dao Fei, go down. An angry voice came from the celestial Dao Palace. At the same time, the celestial emperor walked out of the palace and waved his hand. The young man in the flower shirt who was grabbing Wang Lin's neck quickly retreated. The young man in green and Su Ligua quickly followed. They didn't dare to stay here alone. The celestial emperor frowned and shouted, "Black-armored soldiers, send him out of the palace. He's not allowed to enter. Just you wait. You dare to injure Little Flower's grandfather. This king will remember this." The voice of the young man in the flower shirt slowly faded away. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, he looked back. The madman was no longer there, only the flash of light from the transfer array. Dao Fei has been like this ever since he came back. His memories are sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. Perhaps when his memories are clear, he will be able to recognize you. The celestial emperor let out a sigh. At this moment, he didn't look like a grand Empyrean or the emperor of the celestial clan, but like a big brother. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had come to the ancestral city to see the madman. Now that he had seen him, even though the madman had lost his memories, he had no regrets and wanted to leave. There is no need to continue the challenge ceremony. Wang Lin, since you passed the 17th palace of the Empyrean trial, I grant you the title of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean of the Celestial Clan. Since you have the title of White Hair and obtained the white hair refined by the Heaven Lion, I grant you the title of White Hair Ascendant Empyrean. All Ascendant Empyreans of the Celestial Clan have a chance to enter the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground to comprehend. There, you will obtain a great fortune that will lay a firm foundation for you to become a Grand Empyrean in the future. Even in the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground, your cultivation level will increase greatly. Even in the Celestial Emperor's bloodline, a person can only have this opportunity 3 times in their life. As for cultivators without the Celestial Emperor's bloodline, they will only have this opportunity when they become an Ascendant Empyrean. This is extremely rare. Wang Lin, we had some misunderstandings before, but I hope we can resolve them now. Go to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground and comprehend well so that you can become the 6th son of the Celestial Clan. Become a pillar of the Celestial Clan and rebuild the might of the Celestial Ancestor. The Celestial Emperor's expression was extremely sincere as he looked at Wang Lin and then at the transfer array in the distance. I only have this little brother. The Celestial Emperor sighed. Go to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground. I'll have Dao Fei go there as well. Perhaps you can help him slowly remember the past. When I found him, there was a woman beside him. That woman has awakened and is comprehending in the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground. The Celestial Emperor looked gently at Wang Lin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang only came here for the title ceremony. Now that the title ceremony is over, it is time for me to leave. If I come back to the ancestral city in the future, I can go to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the Celestial Emperor and refused the reward of going to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation ground. The Celestial Emperor silently pondered. He nodded and no longer tried to persuade Wang Lin. The title ceremony ended at noon when the sun was shining brightly. As all the cultivators respectfully left, Wang Lin also left the palace. He politely declined the Celestial Emperor's offer to stay in the palace. He left the palace by himself and left through the transfer array. He didn't stay at the Li mansion. Instead, he brought the sea dragon and Liu Jinbiao back to his room at the restaurant in the eastern part of the city. I saw him. Even though he lost his memories, he seems very happy right now. That's enough. Wang Lin stood next to the window and looked at the darkening sky. He had been standing here for the entire afternoon. It's time to leave. Forget it. I'll take Su Ligua and leave the ancestral city of the Celestial Clan to the Ancient Clan. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He was a bit tired. He had experienced many things in the Celestial Clan, and now he had his current status and cultivation level. However, compared to his good friend who had lost his memories, all of this was insignificant. Perhaps I have some misunderstandings about the Celestial Emperor. Wang Lin silently thought back to everything that had happened during the title ceremony. In truth, there was no reason for his conflict with the Celestial Emperor. It was just an intuition. But no matter what, I can't go to the place where the Celestial Ancestor is in closed-door cultivation. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's fine. I can't change my vigilance just because of few words. As Wang Lin pondered, the sky outside slowly darkened and snowflakes began to fall. The snow was like goose feathers that danced under the light before disappearing into the darkness where the light couldn't reach. The wind and snow silently arrived. At this moment, a soft knock came from the door to Wang Lin's room. The voice was neither fast nor slow, and it was very gentle. Empyrean Exalt High Z. Wang Lin turned around, and the door was gently pushed open. Empyrean Exalt High Z stood there with a smile. Her long hair was scattered, and there were still some snowflakes that hadn't melted yet. This made this beautiful woman look even more beautiful. Since you came to the ancestral city, why didn't you go to Emperor Mountain? There are no red leaves on Emperor Mountain, but there is snow. Wang Lin, I've received orders from my teacher to invite you to Emperor Mountain. Since Grand Empyrean GOT invited me, I naturally have to go. Wang Lin faintly smiled. In the wind and snow, the bright moon was covered. Perhaps due to the snow getting heavier and heavier, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z walked on the street facing the snow. They left behind 4 long lines of footprints, but they were soon covered by the snow. Aside from certain places in the ancestral city, due to the restrictions, you can't casually teleport. There's a transfer array at Emperor Mountain not far away, and we will soon arrive at Emperor Mountain. Looking at your figure just now, you seem to want to leave. When are you leaving? Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin and softly said, After I come down from Emperor Mountain, I'll leave. Wang Lin said calmly as he stepped on the snow. The surroundings were silent. Only the sound of snow could be heard. It was as if even the sound of the wind had disappeared. This was a long street. The houses on both sides of the street were pitch black, and there was no light at all. This caused the street to seem a little sinister, and there was a faint killing intent. It was as if even the snow had changed, and there was a hidden killing intent within it. Wang Lin's footsteps suddenly stopped, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared. Empyrean Exalt High Z's expression also became serious. She stopped and looked around. There are fluctuations of a seal. No one knows I came to find you. Empyrean Exalt High Z immediately explained. Wang Lin silently pondered, but his gaze became even colder as he looked into the distance. The wind and snow became even more intense. The third watch is over. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1978. The wind and snow howled like the mournful cries of a woman. The moon wasn't bright and was covered by the wind. The stars were sparse and were covered by the snow. There was a shocking killing intent hidden in the darkness of the long street. The moment Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z stopped, the countless snowflakes at the end of the street suddenly sped up. A total of 9,999 snowflakes seemed to be attracted by something and gathered before Wang Lin to form a square pattern. The moment this square appeared, its speed suddenly increased, and it shot toward Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z. As it closed in, even more snowflakes were attracted, causing it to expand. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 1,000 feet wide and instantly closed in. At the same time, at the end of the street behind Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z, a triangular pattern was formed. It was filled with killing intent and absorbed a large amount of snowflakes as it closed in. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. You in the back, I'll go in front. Wang Lin felt a sense of danger, but he didn't doubt Empyrean Exalt High Z. Although this matter seemed to be related to Empyrean Exalt High Z, Wang Lin trusted his intuition more. As he spoke, Wang Lin took a step and charged toward the square pattern. Empyrean Exalt High Z's expression was extremely gloomy, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. She was angry that someone had used the opportunity of her inviting Wang Lin to Mount Emperor to set up a trap to kill him. Once the other party succeeded, this matter would shake the entire Celestial clan, and her master would be implicated. She knew that this was not the time to explain, and all verbal explanations would be useless in the face of action. After hearing Wang Lin's words of trust, Empyrean Exalt High Z's heart softened, but her pretty face was filled with killing intent for the person who had set up this trap. Without hesitation, Empyrean Exalt High Z suddenly turned around and left her back to Wang Lin. Then she turned into a ray of light and charged at the third transformation pattern. Wang Lin took 3 steps forward, and the square-shaped snowflake pattern closed in on him. The instant it enveloped Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin's heavenly bull soul instantly filled his entire body. Facing this life-threatening situation, Wang Lin did not hesitate and chose to unleash his strongest power. With one punch, 98 illusory shadows appeared. It was an extremely shocking sight on the snowy street. The instant the 98 illusory shadows appeared, all of them punched out. After fusing with Wang Lin's main body, it was equivalent to gathering 99 divine powers together. This punch contained the second level of Sure San's Tao Divine Art. Using Sure San's one divine ability to control a total of 99 divine abilities, the power would be scattered, and he wouldn't be able to unleash his strongest power. However, Wang Lin's punch paused 3 times. After pausing for the first time, his 5-element true body overlapped with his main body, and his punch increased from the second level of Sure San's Tao Divine Art to 46. After pausing for the second time, the number of divine arts in this punch increased to 69. The moment it collided with the square-shaped pattern, Wang Lin's punch paused for the 3rd time, and the number of divine arts increased greatly. It reached his strongest 92 divine arts without using the Void Avatar. With the help of the Soul Armor, the 99 divine arts driving 99 divine arts allowed this punch to become one and collide with the square-shaped pattern. Thunderous rumbles echoed and caused the world to change colors. The wind and snow were pushed back, and all the snowflakes within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin collapsed. It was as if there was a black hole in the void. The square-shaped pattern trembled and suddenly exploded. It collapsed and disintegrated by Wang Lin's punch. However, although it collapsed, there was an extremely strange power within it. When this power collided with Wang Lin's fist, it directly entered Wang Lin's body, causing Wang Lin's feet to tremble after he punched out. This power entered Wang Lin's body and turned into a dense net. This net was like a parasite in Wang Lin's meridians, flesh, and blood. It formed a seal that covered Wang Lin's body, like it was imprisoning him. Wang Lin couldn't figure out the strange power within the imprisonment, but he could vaguely feel that this was a power that belonged to nothingness. Because it existed, it could only be called nothingness after it was lost. This power of nothingness was something that Wang Lin had only seen on Imperial Preceptor Shang Xiandao. Almost at the same time that the imprisonment seal in Wang Lin's body was formed and his footsteps slowed, three figures suddenly appeared in the snowstorm in front of him. These three people were completely covered by the snowstorm, and their faces could not be seen. It was as if they were illusions. After they appeared, the three of them simultaneously formed hand seals with their right hands and gathered the wind and snow in the world to form three palms. They went straight for Wang Lin. At the same time, on both sides of Wang Lin, three people suddenly appeared. All of them were covered by the snowstorm. The three on the left had their right thumbs, and the three on the right had their left pinkies. All of them pointed at Wang Lin. Behind Wang Lin, three more illusory figures of wind and snow appeared. Their left hands formed hand seals as they moved in the opposite direction of the three people in front of Wang Lin. If that were all there were to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. But above Wang Lin, three more people appeared. These three illusory figures of wind and snow did not use their palms or fingers. Instead, they held three silver swords in their right hands as they stabbed toward the top of Wang Lin's head. Front, back, left, right, up. A total of 15 people appeared at the same time, their killing intent blazing as they attacked Wang Lin. These 15 people all had celestial cultivation bases, and as they surrounded Wang Lin, they wanted to take advantage of the moment when Wang Lin was imprisoned and sealed. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and in this moment of crisis, he roared. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his soul armor. His Taoist blessing filled his body, making his fleshly body indestructible. Then he stamped his right foot down onto the ground. A boom rang out, and the ground quaked. Wang Lin's body exploded with indescribable speed. Instead of moving forward, he retreated, his back slamming into the left palms of the three people behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The three illusory figures of wind and snow behind Wang Lin coughed up blood. When their power entered Wang Lin's body, it was reflected back by Wang Lin's powerful, fleshly body. The wind and snow surrounding them exploded, revealing their faces. They were three old men, faces that Wang Lin didn't recognize. The three of them retreated in shock. As they did, Wang Lin also retreated. With a single step, he passed by them and raised his hands to grab one of their heads. His eyes shone with monstrous killing intent as he squeezed. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. After being killed by Wang Lin, he collected their nascent divinities, then sucked them into his body. As for the last person, as Wang Lin retreated even faster, he slammed into him again. His body trembled, and then his flesh and blood scattered as he died. Of the 15 people, 3 had died instantly. However, the remaining 12 didn't stop. They shot toward Wang Lin with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were right next to Wang Lin. The 3 people in the lead bit the tips of their tongues and spat out blood as they used the blood escape technique to increase their speed. In the blink of an eye, they were only a few meters away. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it toward the 3 people. He used one arm to block the 3 palms from the 3 people. The 4 people's bodies trembled. The wind and snow around the 3 people were blown back, revealing their faces. At the same time, the 6 people on Wang Lin's left and right pointed at the sides of Wang Lin's body. When the 6 fingers landed, Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale. The sealing force inside his body increased greatly, causing his cultivation to weaken. At the same time, the 3 people in the sky closed in. Wang Lin let out a roar and punched the 3 people. 2 people and their swords coughed out blood, and their bodies were badly mutilated. Their swords were broken, but one person still managed to stab 3 inches into the top of Wang Lin's head. Intense pain filled Wang Lin's body. Blood flowed down his head and into his eyes, causing the world before him to turn blood red. His eyes were as calm as water, but they were covered by the blood, making it so others couldn't see his calmness. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin let out a roar and rushed toward the end of the street, dragging the 12 people with him. The wind and snow became even more intense. Just at this moment, a loud rumble came from the ground under Wang Lin's feet. 3 shadows suddenly rushed out from the ground. These 3 shadows were completely black, as if they didn't fit in with the wind and snow. After they appeared, the 3 of them formed seals with their hands and pointed at their own bodies. Popping sounds echoed, and the 3 shadows pounced on Wang Lin like origin spirits. At this moment, 9 more figures appeared in the wind and snow. Their eyes lit up, and they charged at Wang Lin without hesitation. The 9 of them formed seals at the same time and fused together in a special way. An ice dragon appeared above them, and it let out a roar as it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin! Empyrean Exalt Z's mournful voice came from behind. She was surrounded by 9 people, and with her cultivation level, she couldn't last long. However, these 9 people didn't have any killing intent. They just surrounded her and didn't let her leave. Is this all you have? Wang Lin's eyes, which were covered in blood, were still calm. At this moment, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly stopped as the ice dragon closed in. At this moment, a giant heavenly bull appeared around Wang Lin. This heavenly bull appeared too suddenly, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. When it condensed, it was as if the real heavenly bull had come back to life. All of you died. The moment Wang Lin looked up, the heavenly bull's body trembled and it smashed into the head of the ice dragon. The ice dragon let out a mournful roar, and its body rapidly disintegrated. The 9 figures appeared from the pieces of the ice dragon. They were terrified and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Their faces were pale as they were knocked back. However, the slaughter wasn't over. The wind and snow were even more intense, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1979. The heavenly bull appeared and knocked away the ice dragon. Because of it, the 12 figures around Wang Lin suffered the most direct impact. From a distance, this scene looked like a painting. If someone could paint it, it would be passed down for generations to come. On the painting was a giant golden bull standing on the ground. There were 12 cultivators around the body of the golden bull. 6 of them were on the left and right sides, and their 6 fingers were pointing at the body of the golden bull. However, their bodies trembled violently, and they coughed out blood. Their bodies were knocked back, and their fingers and arms collapsed into a bloody mess. There was also the 3 people who had pressed down with the right palm. Blood sprayed out of their bodies as they rapidly retreated. As for the 3 people in the sky who had pierced the golden bull's head, with 2 more people behind them, when the sword shattered, the 3 of them were hit by the golden bull's head. They immediately coughed up blood and retreated. The most miserable ones were the 3 black shadows that had pounced on him. Perhaps they were trying to possess him, but the moment they pounced on him, the golden bull appeared. The golden bull opened its mouth wide, and before the 3 black shadows could enter, they were sucked in by a powerful suction force. They were sucked in by the golden bull. As the bull roared, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. The bull immediately charged forward and caught up to the 9 people who had turned into ice dragons. The 9 people screamed miserably, but the bull didn't stop. It charged to the end of the street and exploded. The power of this explosion was enough to shake the world, and it was enough to make the eastern part of the city collapse. However, as it collapsed, it only set off endless wind and snow. The surrounding buildings didn't move at all. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, but he didn't stop. He took a step forward and appeared before the 3 people who had dodged the heavenly bull's attack. With killing intent, he turned into a cloud of fog that surrounded the 3 people. Endless screams echoed as Wang Lin absorbed their flesh and blood. He also devoured their origin souls. Then the fog spread out and devoured the rest of the people. The 6 people on the left and right that had their fingers and arms destroyed watched in despair as the black fog closed in. The black fog split into 2 and devoured the 6 of them. At the same time, an bone blade suddenly appeared from the fog. The moment it appeared, it slashed at the sky. The three people who were seriously injured and retreating in the sky trembled and were split into 6 parts. As for their origin souls, they were sucked into the fog below. The wind and snow howled on the street, mixed with a mournful cry. The black fog Wang Lin had turned into swept once before charging at the 9 people surrounding Empyrean Exalt High Z. The 9 of them had personally witnessed the terrifying scene, so they gave up on surrounding Empyrean Exalt High Z and retreated like crazy. However, their speed was extremely weak against the fog that Wang Lin had turned into. The fog instantly caught up and spread out. When the fog passed, only 9 withered skeletons remained. The surroundings were silent. Among the skeletons, the fog that Wang Lin had turned into condensed beside Empyrean Exalt High Z. His face was pale, and he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the snow on the ground, creating a shocking scene. "Let's go." Wang Lin stepped forward and charged at the end of the street. Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip and followed behind. With her cultivation level, it would be difficult for her to participate in this slaughter. More than 30 people were involved in this slaughter, and all of them were at the Empyrean Exalt level. However, Empyrean Exalt High Z had many friends, and she had an impression of most of the Empyrean Exalts. However, she had never seen these 30 people before. They aren't Empyrean Exalts. They were forcefully raised to the Empyrean Exalt level. They won't be able to survive for long. Wang Lin was at the front. The reason he was so sure was because after he devoured the origin souls of these 30 people, he was planning on forming a god vein. However, these origin souls were impure, so it would take some time to refine them in his body. However, even if he gathered them together, he would only be able to form one god vein at most. Through absorbing their origin souls, Wang Lin could clearly tell that they only had 2 hours to live. They had paid a great price, including life and death, in exchange for 2 hours of cultivation. Wang Lin now had 5 god veins, so he could form 98 clones at maximum speed. If he could form one more, his combat power would increase a lot. This killing trap has the shadow of a garden master. I can't completely resolve the power contained in the square pattern. I can only delay it a bit. If I can't break the seal, it will affect my combat power. Wang Lin quickly moved forward and got closer and closer to the end of the street. He had searched the memories of the origin souls inside his body, but they were all blurry and had been erased by someone. This place is sealed. Just now I used the power of the Heavenly Bull illusion to break open the seal, but I couldn't move it in the slightest. This place was twisted by someone, and when they set up this trap, they already thought of outsiders coming to rescue them. If that's the case, then there's no need to think about Grand Empyrean Jyoti's rescue. If I set up this trap, I would have made 2 preparations. One is to seal off all the aura leaking out, and the other is to find someone to restrict Grand Empyrean Jyoti. Of course, all of this is under the premise that this trap wasn't set up by Grand Empyrean Jyoti, but my intuition tells me it wasn't Jyoti. Perhaps the person who set up this trap is waiting here to deal the final blow to me. Wang Lin's mind was filled with countless thoughts as he led Empyrean Exalt High Z toward the end of the street. However, just at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the snow. The 3 of them floated in the air and stared at Wang Lin as they charged toward him. Before the 3 of them even closed in, the power of an ascendant Empyrean spread out. Behind the 3 of them, 2 more figures in black walked out from the snow and wind. These 2 had ascendant Empyrean cultivation. They coldly looked at each other as they raised their right hands. The black wind howled and turned into 2 giant black pythons. The pythons coiled around the world. Soul Armor Messenger. Wang Lin recognized them at a glance. These 2 people are unfamiliar. Among the ascendant Empyreans, I have seen the list in the Purple Yang sect. None of the remaining 48 have soul armors. These 2 must have used some special method to increase their battle power to that of an ascendant Empyrean and then been given soul armors. In the ancestral city, only the Celestial Emperor can do this. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his left hand and pushed Empyrean Exalt High Z away. High Z, step back. They won't hurt you. Don't participate in this battle. Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z was anxious and wanted to explain, but Wang Lin waved his left hand and she was pushed back hundreds of feet. She watched as Wang Lin charged at the 5 people before him like a moth flying into a sea of fire. The 5 people, 3 white and 2 black, turned into 5 rays of light and rapidly closed in on Wang Lin. The streets were covered in snow and wreckage. The snow and wind grew stronger and stronger. As the howling howled through the air, the 6 people began a second round of crazy slaughter in this deadly situation. Kill! Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar. The Yin blade appeared in his right hand, and he charged at the 6 people. There was nothing fancy about this slaughter. The 3 white-robed men at the front didn't even use too many spells, only 2. The first was to gather the power of the wind and snow to form a storm. It swept across the world and turned into a giant tornado that charged at Wang Lin. The second was to self-destruct. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. After Wang Lin cut open the blizzard, he faced the 3 people in white's self-destructing bodies and waved his right hand. 92 of the 99 War Spirit Prints were real, and they gathered together to resist the impact of the 3 people in white's self-destruct. This powerful impact and thunderous rumble wasn't enough to cause the restriction to collapse. As Wang Lin charged out, the 2 men in black with the black pythons also charged out. The 3 of them collided on the street. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the 2 people in black coughed out blood. One of them exploded, and the other had a line of blood appear between his eyebrows. His body was split in half. Wang Lin charged forward 100 feet and staggered. The Yin blade in his right hand stabbed into the ground, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. White gas came out from the snow. Just as Wang Lin was about to use the Yin blade, a hand suddenly appeared behind him. This hand silently appeared out of nowhere and directly pointed at the back of Wang Lin's head. This finger contained an indescribable strangeness. It was as if it didn't exist, but at this moment, it was as if a Grand Empyrean had created something from nothing. When the finger was 7 inches away from Wang Lin's head, Wang Lin didn't look back, but rushed forward. He twisted his body, and the Yin blade swept toward the finger. A cracking sound echoed, and a large amount of cracks appeared on Wang Lin's Yin blade before it suddenly collapsed. The countless fragments reflected Wang Lin's calm face. He didn't seem surprised by the collapse of the Yin blade, and was already prepared for it. The moment the blade scattered, a dazzling, golden light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This golden light came from Wang Lin's strongest avatar in the void. He didn't use his avatar at the beginning and had been waiting for this finger to appear. It was the person with the finger that had set up the square pattern to seal Wang Lin's combat power. When the golden light appeared, the seal inside Wang Lin's body was as fragile as paper and was instantly destroyed. His combat power was instantly restored, and the golden light, reflected by the fragments of the Yin blade, formed a formation. Wang Lin's restriction essence was complete, so he could casually set up a formation. He used the fragments of the bone blade to form a formation that reflected the golden light from the avatar. Wang Lin raised his left hand and pointed at the finger that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 1980. This finger was the peak of Wang Lin's current combat power. Not only did it contain the power of his avatar in the void, but it also contained the full power of Wang Lin's soul armor. Wang Lin's 5-element true body overlapped with his thunder true body, and his 3 ethereal essences appeared to form 3 vague vortexes behind Wang Lin. All of his power fused into this finger. Due to the fragments of Wang Lin's Yin blade refracting the golden light in his eyes, the power of Wang Lin's avatar in the void could be released to the greatest extent in this small formation formed by the blade. He was going to use all of this to kill the person who had pointed at him. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent. His personality had always been like this. If someone wanted to kill him, then he would kill them. In the snowstorm, the finger that appeared out of thin air collided with Wang Lin's finger, filled with killing intent. The moment the two fingers collided, the ancient Tao power formed by the ancient ancestors' soul blood inside Wang Lin's body rushed out and collided with the other person's finger for the first time. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 99 avatars formed by Wang Lin's 5 spell veins fused into one. Along with the power of the heavenly bull soul armor, they formed the second bombardment toward the other person's finger. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the silent snowstorm. Empyrean Exalhai Z, who was about to come to help, trembled and couldn't move forward. The other person's finger paused and blood vessels appeared on it. It was as if it couldn't withstand Wang Lin's counterattack. However, this wasn't the end. Wang Lin's 5-element true body, Thunder True Body, and the 3 ethereal vortexes behind him fused together and formed the third bombardment from Wang Lin's finger. This attack contained all of Wang Lin's Tao. Thunderous rumbles echoed and blood vessels appeared on Wang Lin's finger. However, he didn't retreat at all and let out a roar as he pushed forward. The final 4th bombardment came from Wang Lin's avatar in the void. This power came from Wang Lin's eyes and turned into a golden light that shrouded Wang Lin's finger. The surrounding bone blade fragments also refracted the golden light, causing Wang Lin's finger to turn completely golden. Golden finger. This was the pinnacle of battle prowess, and it caused the finger that had appeared out of thin air to shatter with a loud bang in the brief moment of resistance. However, at the instant his finger crumbled, a calm voice reverberated through the world. Because there is loss after it condenses, it is called existence. As his words echoed, the collapsed finger reformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it wasn't damaged at all and collided with Wang Lin's finger once more. Because there is existence after it disappears, it is called emptiness. The moment the two fingers collided for the second time, the ancient Tao power on Wang Lin's finger strangely dissipated as if it had turned into nothingness. In addition, the spell formed by his god vein and the power of the heavenly bull soul armor also disappeared as if they had been blown away by the wind. They turned into nothingness. Even his 5 elemental true body and lightning true body had been destroyed by this strange power. However, his 3 ethereal essences were still there. These 3 essences were the beginning of all of Wang Lin's essences. They were Wang Lin's comprehension of Tao, life and death, karma, and true and false. This was not something any power could dispel. What wasn't dispelled included the golden light formed by Wang Lin's avatar in the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. He quickly retreated and waved his right hand. The bone blade fragments that formed the formation shot toward the finger that was about to reform for the 3rd time. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the long street, causing the snow and wind to pause for a moment. The finger that had formed once again was immediately shattered by the whizzing sound of the bone blade fragments, but very quickly it showed signs of forming for the 4th time. Wang Lin retreated very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on the end of the street. This was the edge of the restriction. If he could break this place open, he could leave the street and escape this trap. However, just as he closed in on the end of the street, he saw a fluctuation coming from the houses on both sides of the street. Then nearly 100 blurry figures appeared. These 100 figures all revealed in different gazes. The moment they appeared, a bow appeared in each of their hands. They aimed at Wang Lin, and all 100 people pulled the bowstrings. The moment the bowstrings were pulled, the wind and snow split into 100 arrows that condensed into 100 arrows. At the instant the 100 snow arrows formed, the 100 people coughed out blood at the same time. Their bodies withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if that mouthful of blood had sucked away their lives and everything they had. Death warriors. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. Aside from the finger, all the people who appeared in this trap were death warriors. They had used their lives as the price to create this terrifying trap. Wang Lin had encountered this kind of situation several times in his life, but none of them could compare to this one. It has to be said that in the past, the people who wanted to kill Wang Lin cared about their own lives. However, this time, he was facing death warriors who didn't care about death. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 people dissipated. Not even their bones were left behind as they turned into dust. However, before they died, the bowstrings had already been pulled. As they disappeared, the sound of 100 arrows shook the heavens and earth. As the buzzing echoed, the 100 blood-colored snow arrows charged at Wang Lin from all directions. These 100 arrows turned into 100 straight arcs and closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. They didn't give Wang Lin any chance to dodge. Wang Lin roared at the sky. His hands formed a seal, and he pushed them outwards. Immediately, his white hair became a mess, his clothes fluttered, and his eyes shone with a golden light. Behind Wang Lin, a golden sun appeared in the snowy night. The moment the sun appeared, the street disappeared, and the entire world became a pitch-black sea. At the end of the sea, the sun rose into the sky and gave off the power to drive away the darkness. Sunder night. The moment this spell appeared, the 100 blood arrows seemed to fuse with the darkness. They were swept away by the power that tore apart the night, and a series of rumbling sounds rang out. Along with this sound, Wang Lin's voice echoed. I believe that all darkness will be destroyed before the light. I believe that all existence will turn into nothingness under the sun. I believe that all emptiness and nothingness will not be able to reincarnate. As Wang Lin spoke, the golden sun around him released an even stronger light. The 100 arrows all collapsed, and even the finger that had formed the third time emitted a magnetic sound and a large amount of black gas. Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky and waved his hands. The sun formed by sundered night charged forward like crazy. The night dissipated, and the finger that appeared in the void collapsed the moment it touched the sun. As the rumbling continued, the light dissipated and everything returned to normal. It was still the same street, and it was still the same snowy night. However, there were 7 tears on Wang Lin's clothes. 7 fragments of the arrows weren't destroyed by sundered night. They broke through the sun and pierced through Wang Lin's body. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he staggered back a few steps. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at the edge of the restriction on the street. The moment his punch landed, the space around the street began to distort. As the space distorted, a shapeless barrier covered the street like an upside-down bowl. Using the ripples that disappeared after appearing, Wang Lin immediately saw tens of thousands of black-robed cultivators sitting outside the street. These black-robed cultivators seemed to be connected by some kind of force. It was them that formed the restriction on this place. You can't escape. A calm voice reverberated through the long street. As the voice appeared, the finger that had collapsed appeared once again. In order to kill you, I've mobilized the strongest force of my sect. As the voice echoed, the ripples on the street dissipated. As they dissipated, everything Wang Lin saw outside became blurry until it turned into nothingness and no longer existed. However, the moment the scene outside disappeared, Wang Lin saw hundreds of cultivators raise their heads as if they had swallowed a pill. Their bodies collapsed, and their origin souls turned into wisps of smoke that flew toward the restriction on the street. At the same time, hundreds of blurry figures appeared on the street. After they appeared, they erupted with the power of Empyrean exalts and charged at Wang Lin with no regard for their lives. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of awe in them. He turned around and looked at the hundreds of figures charging at him. His gaze pierced through them and landed on the finger that had condensed once more. The finger floated in the air and remained motionless. Since I won't let Wang leave, then today I, Wang, will not leave. The best way to break this trap is to kill all of you, and then I will naturally break it. Wang Lin's white hair began to grow longer, and there was even a hint of black at the roots. It was as if his hair was about to turn black. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. This ruthlessness was an indifference toward all living beings in the world. There was no emotion in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin was as cold as unmelted snow. I originally didn't want slaughter to descend, but now all of you must endure my slaughter body. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them, it was as if a battle celestial had descended. For the first time, the slaughter thunder essence inside his body became the master of Wang Lin's body. This was also the first time that Wang Lin had loosened the restriction essence and the absolute beginning essence on the slaughter thunder essence. This allowed the slaughter and extermination of the thunder essence to erupt. Chapter 1981. The roar of slaughter and the roar of annihilation fused together to form a slaughter thunder that controlled the destruction of all life. This thunder contained the power to destroy the world. Its existence was the source of all darkness in the world, the manifestation of all death and destruction. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, there was no golden light in his eyes, only darkness. This darkness replaced his pupils and caused his hair to turn black at a visible rate. Long black hair, black eyes, black Wang Lin. I wonder if I can pass the first level of the Empyrean trial in my current state. Wang Lin revealed a smile. However, anyone who saw this smile would feel a chill in their heart. This smile didn't reveal happiness, but cruelty. In the distance, Empyrean Exalt High Z's body turned cold when she saw Wang Lin smile. It was as if the person before her was a complete stranger to the Wang Lin she was familiar with. This black-haired Wang Lin even gave her a feeling of extreme fear, as if he was her natural enemy. Her body trembled, and she retreated several steps. The finger that had appeared in the void also slowly retracted at this moment. Two pairs of eyes filled with shock were vaguely revealed within the void. Let the slaughter begin. Wang Lin's black hair rose up, and a thunderous rumble came from his body. Countless bolts of black thunder appeared out of thin air and surrounded Wang Lin. He let out a roar and charged at the hundreds of figures before him. These hundreds of figures weren't afraid of death. They were death warriors, and their goal was to complete their mission with death as the price. Even their emotions were deeply suppressed and almost erased. However, at this moment, when they saw the black-haired Wang Lin's roar and charge forward, their minds trembled. However, they had no way out, so they all charged forward. The black-haired Wang Lin revealed a cruel smile, and his eyes were filled with madness as he closed in on the hundreds of people. He raised his right hand and waved. Black thunder appeared and formed a black net of thunder. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the dozens of people at the front of the hundreds of people self-destructed the instant the lightning net closed in on them. Booming sounds shook the sky, and the power formed by their self-destruction crashed into the lightning net of annihilation. However, what was strange was that although this power could shatter the world, it was extremely weak before the net of thunder. The net of thunder scattered into countless fragments and charged forward. Anyone who was touched by the thunder immediately trembled, and their bodies were crushed to pieces. Wang Lin moved like the wind. As he faced the hundreds of people, thunder continued to appear from his body, and wherever he went, all the figures that closed in on him were destroyed. He moved so quickly that in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind one of the blurry figures in the wind and snow. He lifted his right hand and tapped the figure. Black lightning flashed, and the cultivator trembled before exploding. Wang Lin's body flickered as he continued his slaughter. He didn't seem to know fatigue, and he didn't even feel pain. The power of the self-destruction bombarded his body, but it didn't stop him for even a moment. Form a formation. In just a few short breaths, more than half of the people who had died to Wang Lin's thunder had already died. One of the remaining 100 people let out a low roar and gathered together to form a strange formation. The moment the formation was formed, the ground trembled and the aura of the earth seemed to erupt. It surged into the formation of the 100 people and turned into a huge palm. It was completely black, and once it appeared, it grabbed at the black-haired Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. He lifted both hands, and hundreds of black thunderbolts appeared out of thin air. The destructive and slaughter power within them turned into wisps of black smoke that engulfed Wang Lin, making him look like a shooting star formed by countless balls of lightning as he charged at the arm. Boom, 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 boom. The arm collapsed, and the 100 people within it all died. Wang Lin walked out, blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with madness, and he was just about to take a step forward when the air in front of him suddenly rippled. The finger that had disappeared earlier suddenly reappeared and tapped the center of Wang Lin's forehead. All existence shall become nothing. As the finger tapped, a strange voice echoed through the air. However, Wang Lin suddenly lifted his head, and the madness in his eyes grew even stronger. However, it didn't show any signs of dissipating. Destruction has always been about turning all existence into nothingness. With your measly power, you dare to make me disappear. Wang Lin raised his right hand and punched the air in front of him. That punch caused the air to distort, and a muffled grunt of injury could be heard. As the ripples spread out, the finger on Wang Lin's forehead disappeared. The moment the finger disappeared, several blurry figures appeared on both sides of the street. After they appeared, they charged at Wang Lin. The cruelty on Wang Lin's face became even stronger, and the madness in his eyes was monstrous. He turned around, and his black hair floated in the air. It suddenly grew longer and turned into countless strands that flew in all directions and collided with the thousands of figures. Thunderous rumbles echoed. When the thousands of figures were touched by the black hair, they chose to self-destruct. They formed a destructive vortex that surrounded Wang Lin. As the rumbles echoed, Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. However, most of the bombardment was blocked by the endless slaughter thunder around him. Thousands of figures appeared on the street once more, and behind them, another group of thousands of people appeared. They had to succeed in this killing trap. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. As he roared, he raised his right hand and grabbed his chest. Heavenly Bull's soul armor, leave for me. As he let out a low roar, his right hand tore and pulled out an illusory Heavenly Bull's soul from his chest. He threw it out, and there was no longer the armor of the Heavenly Bull's soul on his body. After the armor was thrown away, the madness in the black-haired Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with dead calmness. However, there was still that cruel smile on his face. After losing the soul armor, the black-haired Wang Lin's cultivation level immediately decreased, but at the same time, his slaughter and destruction aura increased several-fold. Strands of black gas appeared around Wang Lin, and he charged at these people. The slaughter continued as Empyrean Exalt High Z's mind trembled. Wang Lin was like a demon. Every time he killed someone, one more strand of black gas would appear around him. Every time he killed someone, it would make Empyrean Exalt High Z even more unfamiliar. As this crazy slaughter continued, thousands of figures were torn apart. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by endless black gas, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. Just at this moment, the finger that had disappeared reappeared outside the black gas around Wang Lin. It mercilessly pointed at Wang Lin, but before it could reach him, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed it and pulled it out while laughing. With this pull, half an arm was pulled out. "Come out for me." Wang Lin grabbed the finger and let out a roar as he smashed his head at it. The world rumbled and the arm collapsed. At the same time, a muffled groan of injury came from the void once more. "Everyone, enter this place and kill this person." That muffled groan echoed in the void, and it was filled with killing intent. As this voice echoed, figures rapidly appeared on both sides of the street. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures appeared and occupied all the spots. They completely ignored Empyrean Exalt High Z and charged at Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin retreated a few steps. His body was shrouded in black gas, and his eyes were deathly still. This didn't match the cruel smile on his face. He raised his right hand and mercilessly hit between his eyebrows. Five-element true body, get out for me. With this slap, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and overlapping shadows appeared around him. The five-element true body was shaken out of his body by this slap. The five-element true body was knocked back, and its expression was extremely serious. It retreated to Empyrean Exalt High Z's side and looked over. After the black-haired Wang Lin lost the five-element true body, his cultivation level dropped, and the slaughter aura around him became even purer. Restriction essence, get out from me. Absolute beginning essence, get out. Thunder essence, get out as well. Wang Lin, who was shrouded in black gas, let out a roar as his essences were shaken out of his body. At this moment, the tens of thousands of figures closed in. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His eyes were still deathly still, but the cruel smile on his face had dissipated quite a bit. His body flickered, and he began fighting with the tens of thousands of people. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a moment later, Wang Lin coughed out blood. His body felt like it was going to shatter. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the bombardment of tens of thousands of people. Ethereal life and death, karma, true and false, get out from me. Inside the black gas, Wang Lin let out one last roar. As he roared, his body trembled, and the three ethereal essences were forced out of his body. At this moment, the black-haired Wang Lin only had two essences. One was absolute extermination, and the other was slaughter. He didn't have any true bodies, only his original body. The black gas around him suddenly shrank and turned into a black robe that wrapped around Wang Lin. His hair turned completely black, his eyes were deathly still, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. He looked like the incarnation of death. He calmly looked at the tens of thousands of people closing in and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, the tens of thousands of people trembled. When the black-haired Wang Lin opened his eyes once more, the tens of thousands of people disappeared like smoke before him. What also disappeared was the long street, as well as the houses on both sides. All of them were silent, becoming the dust of history, turning into ruins. Even the wind and snow turned black as they descended. Lock the fate of the heavens and seal the Netherworld dynasty. Those who cannot obtain the true Tao will sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. This is the path of cultivation, Wang Lin muttered as he raised his right hand. He grabbed the finger that had suddenly appeared and gently squeezed. There was a cracking sound as the finger was crushed by him. With a tug, a figure emitting white light was dragged out of the void. You're not the Imperial teacher. Wang Lin didn't look at it. After pulling out the figure covered in white light, he let go of the figure's neck and squeezed again. The figure trembled violently and suddenly collapsed. You're not Wang Lin. Who are you? Empyrean Exalt High Z's terrified voice echoed in the silent night. The black-haired Wang Lin turned his head and coldly looked at High Z as he walked toward her. Give me some monthly votes. Chapter 1982. Who the hell are you? Empyrean Exalt High Z's face was extremely pale, and her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable fear. She subconsciously retreated as Wang Lin walked over. Wang Lin? My name isn't Wang Lin. My name should be Slaughter. The black-haired Wang Lin slowly walked toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. His expression was cold and emotionless. Beside Empyrean Exalt High Z, Wang Lin's five-element true body had a serious expression as it stared at the black-haired Wang Lin. The thunder essence, the absolute beginning essence, and the three ethereal essences surrounded him. They gave off a soft light, as if they were resisting the black-haired Wang Lin. Slaughter has descended upon the world, replacing light and becoming annihilation. All life must go through endless calamity. As Empyrean Exalt High Z retreated in fear, Wang Lin's five-element true body stepped forward and blocked in front of the black-haired Wang Lin. You're just the condensation of my five-element true body and essences, and you want to stop me? The black-haired Wang Lin looked at the five-element true body. Since I've appeared, I won't return unless I kill and destroy. You scatter. There was no light in the black-haired Wang Lin's eyes as he waved his right hand at the five-element true body. With this wave, the five-element true body showed signs of struggling, but its body suddenly collapsed. The essence true body turned into several essences and flew toward the black-haired Wang Lin's right hand. In the end, they disappeared into his right hand. Now tell me who you are. The black-haired Wang Lin stopped before Empyrean Exalt High Z and slowly spoke. His words were gloomy and contained killing intent. Empyrean Exalt High Z's face was pale. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't speak in the end. GOT didn't invite me to Mount Emperor, right? This time, you were the bait to lure me out. Isn't that right? Empyrean Exalt High Z, aside from being a disciple of GOT, you also belong to the Imperial Teacher's line, right? Back in the Mountain Sea, the broken palm didn't go crazy. It attacked you first because you and I didn't belong to the immortal astral continent. I came from the cave world, and you came from the outer world. Or it could be said that the Imperial Teacher's sect came from the outer world. The black-haired Wang Lin calmly said. Every word he said caused Empyrean Exalt High Z's face to become even more pale. In the end, Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip and pondered for a long time before looking up at Wang Lin. My main body is still a little too soft-hearted. He should have seen through it long ago, but he chose not to believe it. The black-haired Wang Lin shook his head and raised his right hand. His expression was calm, but ruthless as his palm descended on Empyrean Exalt High Z. He wanted to kill. If this palm landed, it would be enough to destroy Empyrean Exalt High Z's body and origin soul. Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't dodge. She closed her eyes, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She didn't explain at all. This palm closed in and was less than 3 inches from Empyrean Exalt High Z's head. Empyrean Exalt High Z's body trembled as if she was going to collapse. However, a sharp force that could shatter the world suddenly appeared behind Empyrean Exalt High Z. This figure was slightly hunched and vaguely looked like an old man. His left hand grabbed Empyrean Exalt High Z and pulled her back. At the same time, his right hand collided with the black-haired Wang Lin's palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black-haired Wang Lin's body trembled. He retreated a few steps, and popping sounds came from his body as if he was going to explode. His black robe collapsed in a black gas when he retreated 7 steps, but it instantly condensed back into a black robe. On the 9th step, the black-haired Wang Lin stopped. His expression was calm, and he wasn't surprised at all. He coldly looked at the old man who had saved High Z. GOT. The old man was Grand Empyrean GOT. He had a serious expression as he looked at Wang Lin after saving High Z. The black-haired Wang Lin calmly said, aside from the Imperial Teacher's bloodline, there is also you in this trap. Destruction and slaughter. This Empyrean has been wondering how you passed the 17th palace of the Empyrean trial. With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to reach that level with just the soul armor. It turns out that you have the power of slaughter and destruction in your body. Grand Empyrean GOTI's pupils shrank slightly. His palm contained the power of a Grand Empyrean, but it had only made Wang Lin retreat 9 steps. Is this the reason why you participated in this assassination? Or should I say, you've noticed this assassination and want to use it to resolve the doubts in your heart? The black-haired Wang Lin's calm eyes became even colder. As he spoke, his body flickered and he charged at GOT. This was the first time he had attacked a Grand Empyrean. However, his step didn't cause Grand Empyrean GOT to feel contempt. Grand Empyrean GOT became even more serious. He raised his right hand and the world changed colors. The wind and snow gathered to form a giant snow sword that swept toward Wang Lin. I represent destruction and control slaughter. The black-haired Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw a punch at the snow sword. This punch collided with the snow sword and a thunderous rumble echoed. The snow sword immediately collapsed, but Wang Lin's body also disintegrated. He turned into black gas and suddenly changed directions toward Grand Empyrean Jiuti. Grand Empyrean Jiuti frowned. The moment the large amount of black gas closed in, he raised his hands and formed a circle before him. In an instant, there was a flash of bright light that shone the world. This light came from his hands and shrouded the area. This light scattered and collided with the black gas. A thunderous rumble echoed as if darkness and light were confronting each other. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated. Grand Empyrean Jiuti didn't move an inch, but his eyes revealed a monstrous light. The black gas before him covered the light and condensed into the black-haired Wang Lin before Grand Empyrean Jiuti. You can't beat the old man. Grand Empyrean Jiuti looked at Wang Lin. His old face showed signs of turning into a middle-aged man. The black-haired Wang Lin slowly said, "You can't hide the destruction of slaughter. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean, black-haired Ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin, I underestimated you. This time, Hai Zi is innocent. I'll give this to you, and from now on, today's matter will be written off." Grand Empyrean Jiuti's right hand reached at the void. There was a flash of golden light, and a palm-sized golden fragment appeared in his hand. I observed your body and found traces of this sword. This fragment can allow your metal essence to become powerful. As Grand Empyrean Jiuti spoke, he waved his right hand, and the fragment flew toward Wang Lin. It floated before him and remained motionless. After handing over the sword fragment, Grand Empyrean Jiuti looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. Then he turned around and disappeared with the silent Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi. When he disappeared, the restriction on the long street disappeared. However, the surrounding ruins were eternal and wouldn't change. On the long street that night, the sun gradually rose over the horizon. It seemed to dispel the darkness and shrouded the earth in light. The black-haired Wang Lin stood there and looked up at the sky. He silently pondered for a long time. As time passed, the sun rose in the distance and light spread from the east like a ripple. Wherever it passed, the darkness turned into light and spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye along the eastern side of the ancestral city. When the ripple that represented light appeared on the long street, Wang Lin remained motionless. He watched the ripple of light get closer and closer to him until it shrouded his body and swept by. As the light swept by, his hair gradually turned from black to white. The coldness in his eyes and the coldness in his expression turned into exhaustion and desolation. He didn't use any method to forcefully suppress the phenomenon of slaughter taking over his body, because Wang Lin knew that when his slaughter descended, nothing could be changed. From now on, under the sun, I'm white-haired Wang Lin. When night falls, I'm black-haired Slaughter. Like the sun rising and setting, it will be difficult to change. Fortunately, I have the power of the avatar in the void, so I can suppress it a bit and stay awake. Black and white eternally paused on Wang Lin's body. He let out a sigh. Wang Lin didn't continue to pursue Hai Zi. He raised his right hand and put away the sword fragment before him. He picked up the heavenly bull soul armor and walked into the distance. It's time to leave. I don't want to think about anything about the celestial clan, whether it's its secrets or its origin. Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the distance. As the sky brightened, snow fell like goose feathers. This snow lasted for a long time. 2 days later, in the morning, snow continued to fall and covered the ground as if it was wearing a thick layer of cotton. On the morning of these 2 days, Wang Lin brought Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon to stand outside the eastern gate. He turned his head back to look at the ancestral city behind him and waited calmly. Not long after, Lu Jinbiao excitedly saw 2 figures walking over from the distance. One of them was wearing a bright red robe, and it was Su Ligua. Su Ligua had a confused expression. For the past few days, he had been feeling something calling out to him. That feeling had brought him to the eastern gate early in the morning. The madman swaggered beside him. The reason he had come here was because Su Ligua had been calling out to him for the past few days. This made him feel annoyed and impatient, so he decided to come here to take a look. It's you. Damn it. How dare you appear before this king? The madman saw Wang Lin from afar, and his eyes widened. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush over. When Su Ligua saw Wang Lin, he was also startled. Wang Lin looked at the madman rushing at him and let out a sigh. His gaze landed on Su Ligua, and he slowly said, "Su Ligua, I'm leaving. Are you going to stay here or follow me?" His words entered Su Ligua's mind, causing Su Ligua's mind to rumble. It was as if a layer of sealed memories had loosened and scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Chapter 1983. Su Ligua's body trembled as he stared blankly at Wang Lin. The scenes that appeared in his mind caused tears to flow down from his eyes. He thought of Wang Lin and how he was refined into a devil by Wang Lin. He thought of the thousands of years of following Wang Lin, everything about himself, and the words of his fiend master. His memory completely awakened when he recalled the moment before he left the cave world and reincarnated. Master. Su Ligua's body trembled and his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly walked past the madman and pushed away Lu Jinbiao, who was proudly looking at him and was about to greet Wang Lin. After pushing away Lu Jinbiao, who was stunned for a while, Su Ligua stood in Lu Jinbiao's previous position. The surprise on his face turned into a flattering expression. "Master, little Su has finally met you. How many years has it been?" Every night, little Su would dream of meeting Master. "I've been longing for you, wishing that I could meet Master immediately." Master, little Su's loyalty to you will not change because of time. It will not change because of the previous life or this life. You are my master. You were my master in my previous life, this life, the next life, the life after that, the life after that, the life after that, and the life after that. Master, don't leave me alone. Let me go with you. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or go into a sea of fire, I, Su Ligua, will never frown. Master, although I met you late, I have followed you for the longest time. Although some people are lucky to be found by Master in advance, how can my loyalty to Master be compared to others? Master, I finally found you. As Su Ligua spoke, he squeezed his eyes. Lu Jinbiao was dumbfounded, and a few drops of tears of excitement flowed down his cheeks. As he roared excitedly to express the joy in his heart, Su Ligua did not forget to glare fiercely at Lu Jinbiao, as if to tell him that he, Su Ligua, was the number one person by his master's side. No one understands this malefic star better than me. When your grandpa Su was following this malefic star, you, the little golden Biaozi, were still fooling around somewhere. How dare you steal my favor? Damn it, that proud expression on Lu Jinbiao's face just now, he must have thought that he could surpass me. Looks like I have to educate him more, and let him know that his grandpa, Su, isn't someone to be trifled with. Being glared at by Su Ligua caused Lu Jinbiao's heart to tremble. Su Ligua's power had left a deep shadow in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he was just about to say something when a roar suddenly echoed out. The sea dragon, which had shrunk to the size of a finger, was originally lying on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder. When it heard Su Ligua's name, it suddenly raised its head and glared at Su Ligua fiercely before roaring. Its roar startled Su Ligua. He looked at Lu Jinbiao again, and his expression became one of pride. If Wang Lin hadn't been there, he would have definitely laughed maniacally. Fortunately, I took precautions. With this sea dragon here, Su Ligua will not be able to be arrogant. Lu Jinbiao raised his right hand and stroked the sea dragon's back, looking provocatively at Su Ligua. Wang Lin ignored the sparks between the two of them. Instead, he looked at the madman, who had been stunned by Su Ligua's words. At this moment, the madman had long forgotten about looking for trouble with Wang Lin. He looked at Su Ligua and looked like he was about to cry. Little Red, what did you just say? Am I not your master? How did he become your master? Am I your master, or is he your master? Who is your master? The madman was very anxious and stepped forward to grab Su Ligua. Su Ligua just remembered that there was such a person with him. He looked back at the madman. As his memory recovered, the way he looked at the madman was different. It was the same as when he and Lu Jinbiao worked together to obtain blood in the cave world. Let go, your grandpa. Su only has one master, and it is this evil spirit, this wise and mighty master. At this point, he quickly glanced at Wang Lin and broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't been by this evil spirit's side for many years and almost spilled the beans. Get out of my way. Don't pester your grandpa, Su. Su Ligua quickly broke free and took a few steps back. He raised his head and puffed out his chest to show his loyalty. The madman looked sad and his eyes immediately turned red. He suddenly roared at Wang Lin. It's you, you injured little flower's grandfather, and stole my little red. My little red too. The madman stepped forward and was about to strangle Wang Lin's neck. Wang Lin looked at the noisy madman with a complicated expression and let out a sigh. Madman, I came to the ancestral city to see you. You can't remember me, so just pretend that what happened in the cave world was a dream. Madman, I'm leaving. Wang Lin closed his eyes and let the madman strangle him. A moment later, a gentle force spread out from his body and pushed the madman back several dozen feet. Wang Lin opened his eyes and walked toward the plain outside the city. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao quickly followed and ignored the madman. As they followed, they stared at each other. However, compared to Lu Jinbiao's pride, Su Ligua was very angry. This was because the sea dragon on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder was also staring at him viciously. Su Ligua muttered in his heart, Damn, this is not suitable. Your grandpa Su only has one pair of eyes, but this damn Lu Jinbiao and that ugly snake have two pairs of eyes. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my status in the future. As the three of them left, the madman stood outside the city gate and looked at the figure in the distance while muttering, Little Red, how could you leave like this? That damn guy, he dared to steal this king's Little Red. I'm going to tell my big brother. No, I'm going to tell my teacher. My teacher is very powerful. The madman suddenly froze and looked into the distance. He looked at the white-robed figure that was leaving. Wang Lin. The madman's body trembled. There seemed to be a seal in his mind that showed signs of loosening. He seemed to remember something. Cave world, Wang Lin. Void. Awaken. The madman's body trembled even more. His mind rumbled and he saw a scene. In that scene, he saved the person in front of him and was immersed in a dream with him. In the dream, he was still looking for the trace of the palm print on his arm. The madman subconsciously raised his arm and looked down. He saw that on his arm, there was a palm print slowly appearing on his originally empty skin. This palm print was like someone had grabbed his arm and hadn't let go for a long time. Tears unconsciously flowed down from his eyes. These tears flowed down his cheeks and landed on the snow on the ground. He vaguely remembered. He remembered that he encountered a corpse in the cave world and that he used his blood to revive that corpse. He remembered that this corpse was named Wang Lin. After he was revived, he was very good to him. He remembered everything that happened in the dream Dao. He also remembered that when he woke up again and saw his big brother, everything was a blur. His memories seemed to be sealed, and during this process, his big brother used some kind of spell on him. He could only vaguely remember that in his blurry memories, there was a ruthless gaze from his big brother's eyes. That gaze made him feel fear and made him think about seeking Wang Lin's help. He remembered. Wang Lin, Master, the madman shouted as he trembled. This voice echoed across the world, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble. The meaning behind the words teacher and Wang Lin caused Wang Lin's mind to rumble, and he suddenly turned around. At the instant he turned around, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a golden vortex suddenly appear behind a madman outside the city gate, and a person walked out of it. This person was wearing a royal robe and a crown. He was the Celestial Emperor. When he appeared, his eyes were gentle, and his right hand landed on the madman's shoulder. When his hand landed, the madman's eyes became confused, and the palm print on his arm disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin, if you want to leave, then this emperor won't send you off. Dao Fei's memories seem to have recovered. I'm going to take him to the closed-door cultivation area of the Celestial Ancestor. Perhaps he can fully recover there. The Celestial Emperor smiled at Wang Lin. His body flickered, and he took the confused madman away. The golden vortex behind him disappeared without a trace. The wind and snow continued to blow. Everything was like an illusion, as if it didn't exist. Wang Lin stood in the distance and witnessed everything. After pondering for a moment, his eyes shined brightly. The closed-door cultivation area of the Celestial Ancestor again. His words also revealed that the closed-door cultivation area of the Celestial Ancestor is under the palace. By doing this, he clearly wants me to go. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the ancestral city. The madman's call, just now, was clearly an awakening of his memories. Perhaps all of this was the Celestial Emperor's plan. He used the madman as bait to force me to not leave, to force me to go to the underground palace. First, he gave me the title and reward, but I didn't choose to go to the underground palace. Then there was the slaughter on the street. If this is related to the slaughter on the street, then the Celestial Emperor will definitely be involved. He wants to capture me, but after the slaughter failed, I arrived to fight GOT. Therefore, he doesn't want to personally act, so he used the madman to lure me to the underground palace. The Celestial Ancestor's closed-door cultivation area is rich. What kind of secret is there? Why does the Celestial Emperor want me to go again and again? Should I go there or not? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with decisiveness. There are some things that you know are dangerous, but some people still have to walk down this path. Wang Lin took a deep breath and waved his right hand. He put Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the Sea Dragon into his storage space. Then he charged toward the ancestral city alone. This time his target was Rich D. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.